Hey guys, welcome back to channel. So today we going to see what if Naruto bitten by witch and became strongest Lucifer and get bedtime deal with witch. Let's start. As you see, I started a new story, this time a crossover between Witch and Naruto. Phobos is freed by Sound Ninja and now the respective sides team up to defeat each other. I just hope this will be more successful than my last story. I am also in search of a beta reader. If there are any interests, please contact me. At least I apologize for all the grammatical mistakes I have made and will make. English is not my mother language. And now have fun. Disclaimer. I do not own any original characters, techniques, places, names, objects of Naruto and Witch, and I don't intend to make money with it, not that I could anyways. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. George Santayana, 1863 to 1952. Deep in the old, magical prison of Meridian, the place where only the vilest creatures were sent, was Phobos still a prisoner, like the rest of his servants. The former ruler of Meridian was furiously thinking of a way to escape since Cedric had betrayed and the Guardians had imprisoned him, again, in this hateful place. Oh, how would he enjoy getting revenge on those fools? Of course he had to get out of here first, a challenge, as nobody did manage to escape on their own. There had been a few escapes with outside help since, in all fairness, this prison wasn't the hardest place to get in. In front of the energy bars, a few regular guards, with Vathik, another traitor, in command, were patrolling carefully, not wanting Phobos, or any other of the countless prisoners to escape. He had to think of a way to leave this dreadful place, but the possibilities were limited. The guards weren't the danger here, they were little more than watchdogs, supposed to bark if one of them should escape. Furthermore, it was the fact that he could not use his powers. Elion drained them, quite successfully at that, before she locked him up behind those bars, to his joy and desperation, as he was the one who created them to lock away any potentially dangerous enemies. They didn't let him recharge or use any magical powers within. Now he was the one, lock it away for his lifetime, a really long and lasting time for someone who was immortal. So he was reduced to glare at the guards from time to time or to think of a way to escape. He wasn't even sure what to do after an escape either, since the last times had proven that his magical powers were no match against his dear sisters. Even though, with full powers, he could stand up against the Guardians, it would be of no use, as he could not take the heart of Kandrakar with brute force, nor could he think of a way to trick them. Even Nerissa, a person who had mastered deception way better than him, had not succeeded with the task of tricking Will Vendome, the Keeper of the Heart. It was a shame. He had obtained, trained and mastered the ancient arts of the arcane for hundreds of years and yet was still weak compared to the abilities of his little sister, and she had discovered her powers only a year ago. Talent given by birth was really not fair, and in Meridian the females of the royal family and the females with magical powers in general had always been in advantage compared to the males. He needed to gain power. Fast. But how? Time would tell, and he already had a vague plan, a plan for its execution. He would need some help. But fortunately an old friend of him whom he had connected while his short time on Earth, alongside with the Guardians, made his promise to help him out of here, should he not get any information within a month. The month was over since 3 weeks and Phobos was still in prison. Meanwhile Phobos was sure that his friend had betrayed him, which didn't surprise him much. After all, he thought, smiling, people like him weren't the most trustworthy people in the universe. Miranda had betrayed him, he betrayed the Guardians, Cedric had betrayed him, and so on. Loyalty was so rare these times. How he missed those times, where he could trust every single one of his servants, who obeyed him, simply because they didn't dare to betray him. Ah, sweet days. But for now he was stuck in this rotten cell like a common thief, together with the other of his once former minions. Right under his cell were Cedric and Miranda, both shapeshifters and traitors. How he would enjoy getting his revenge on them. Cedric, his most trusted servant, somebody whom he had nearly considered as a friend, yet disappointed him at so many times, tried to kill him and get his powers. Still, Phobos was impressed. Cedric hadn't showed this smarts while working for him, or otherwise the Guardians would have been defeated long ago. He had looked through the plan of the Guardians all along, something he hadn't, to his great shame and displeasure. A voice interrupted his thoughts and Phobos looked up, only to see into the face of Rathor, the person, who was once a captain of his guard, another man who had betrayed him, fooled him and joined the Guardians. Why are you smiling, Phobos? Remembering the days when you could just torture innocents? He asked hatefully, despising the prince. Rathor, Rathor, Rathor. Even if I did dream of such, I think you would call them happy memories, which I can assure you I am not. I would not tell you, would I? Rathor snorted. Oh, it must be my mistake. I bet you dream about the times when you gave all children sweets and toys. Phobos grinned. You know, Rathor, for somebody who betrayed me, you sure are spending much time for my well-being. You are even concerned about my thoughts. I knew it all along that you would come to your senses and join me once again. Rathor looked angrily at the fallen prince. You know as much as I do, that I will never join you. I have changed for better. I see you for the worth-breaking slime you are. You don't deserve my loyalty. Phobos smiled and leaned back to the wall of his cell, his face once more hidden in the shadows. Keep telling yourself that, Rathor. Perhaps you will believe it someday. His voice became hard as steel when he continued to speak mercilessly. You caused too much damage, you hurt too many people, you have taken too many lives to be one of the good ones. Dear Rathor. You had no qualms working for me for years, and now simply because you switched sides at the last minute you claim to be purified. He paused for a moment and added, but your definition of good and evil would interest me anyways. Rathor gulped, turned around and left the cell, hearing Phobos laughing cruelly. Taunting the guards was one of the few sources of amusement he had, next to viciously insulting the Queen, Caleb and the Guardians whenever Aldarn was around, so he could watch the man getting worked off enough to attack him yet having to hold himself back as he had to open the bars first. Suddenly the gate opened and two hooded people entered the place. The attention of everybody was now at the two, and the guards, under Rathor's and Vathek's command, had positioned themselves in a half-circle around them. Vathek started to speak. If you have come to free prisoners, you have come to the wrong place. I don't think so. We have come to free a certain prince. You don't have one here by a chance? The left one chuckled. Nobody responded, but with a wink of the blue Mons bat, everybody charged at the two intruders. The one who had spoken asked the other, smaller one. I suggest you want to take them? His companion didn't respond. Instead he disappeared and came out in the midst of the guards. With a roundhouse kick he hit two of the soldiers and then jumped, just in time, to avoid Vathek's sword. In midair, he grabbed behind and threw something at Rathor. The former captain of Phobos' guard blocked them skillfully with his sword, and those projectiles turned out to be shuriken, ninja-throwing stars. Be careful, he yelled, now recognizing the class of the intruders. They're ninjas and assassins. The one who did all the speaking was suddenly next to him. His right hand was glowing blue, and when he touched the arm of Rathor and his legs with a speed Rathor's eyes couldn't follow, he fell to the ground. A pain went through him like someone had severed his muscles. While the second intruder just finished a Vathek with an aimed elbow strike, the tall one went to the cage of Phobos and bowed down. Your Highness, our master sent us here to free you and bring you to his secret lair. Phobos was smiling. Please, go on. The hooded person formed quickly a few hand signs and touched the wall next to the bars, and then the flow of energy stopped. He was watched carefully by every single person in the giant chamber, and a silence was there, that you could hear him making those signs. Phobos, Prince of Meridian, tyrant and older brother of Elion, was free once again. Thank you. He stepped out, looking happy, wearing his superior smile, now that he was free again. He turned his head to the cage where Cedric and Miranda were in. In their human forms, they were staring fearfully at him. Both quickly bowed down. Forgive us, my prince, Cedric was interrupted by Phobos. Be quiet, Cedric. He silenced the shapeshifter. I don't want you to ruin my freedom with your insignificant excuses. I will take care of you the same time I am going to free my loyal servants. His voice became louder. I will free you all, at least the ones who stayed loyal to me. Many voices with, I was always loyal to you, my highness, or, I will fight for you, my liege, came from the cells, and Phobos calmed them down with a few gestures of his hands. But unfortunately the guards are already approaching and my energy is not restored, so our escape would be a short adventure. But I will come back, so promises Phobos. He turned to his saviors. Bring us out, he commanded. They nodded, and right before Drake and several guards could reach them, they vanished, leaving a cloud of white smoke behind. Drake looked at the mess in front of him and sighed. He turned around to the soldiers, placing his sword back. "You go and tell Queen Elion and Caleb about this. Phobos has escaped, and you get some healers here fast." From one of the cells, Frost, the hunter, was gloating. "Too bad, traitors. Prince Phobos will come and free us. Then he will rule over Meridian again and crush you little insects." Frost's comment was followed by sinister laughter from the prisoners. Drake ignored them. Instead, he barked more orders. "After that, double the guards in and around the prison. If Phobos steps in here, we have to capture him. We cannot let him free his army again." He turned to Tynar. "You take the command. I am going to Queen Elion to discuss this situation. It seems that we need the Guardians again." Once again Frost was speaking. "You sure will need them, rebel scum. But Prince Phobos will rip their pretty, little wings of." He was still ignored by the guards, who were hastily trying to get into their respectful positions. Outside the prison, Phobos and his mysterious saviors were pausing. "We have to go to a certain place first," said Phobos. "But take off your hoods, I like to see the person's face I am talking to." After both ninjas obeyed, they revealed a friendly-looking face of a young adult, with silver hair, tied up in a ponytail and glasses. On his forehead was a metal forehead protector with a note on it. The other one was a teenage boy, with dark hair, dark eyes and a handsome face. He didn't have a forehead protector but instead wore a stoic expression on his face. "And you are Yakushi Kabuto, and this is Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru-sama has sent us here. We're yours to command, your highness." Phobos' smile widened. Finally somebody who was doing what he was telling them to do. It has been a long time. "Well then. First we have to go to a certain cave." With a wave of his hand a map appeared in the air, showing the cave and its coordinates. "There I can refresh my magical powers to a certain extent. All the time being powerless, you can imagine how unbearable this situation is." They nodded, and with Phobos in the middle they started to travel to the cave. After an hour and several ninja jumps later they arrived at a stone wall, and with a wave of his hand a hidden door opened and they entered. The cave was nothing but an ordinary cave with a small water place. "I see you didn't shrink from any costs to make it his place comfortable," said Sasuke sarcastically. "It seems so, doesn't it?" replied Phobos lazily. He held up his right hand and a few orange waves came out, putting the cave in a mystic glow for a few seconds. Then suddenly a table, with strange artifacts, several chairs, and other things appeared. Sasuke, whose eyes turned immediately red, looked shocked. "How did he do this? Even while I am checking this with my Sharingan, there is no way to tell where they came from. This is no summon, so what could it be? To save this from discovery I hid those things in time, so nobody could detect them unless they knew when to look. It is a complicated spell, a spell which my baby sister has yet to learn, but it is working quite fine." He stripped off his cloak and went into the water. He felt how his magic started to come back to him, with every passing second. Those little spells had cost him the last bit of his strength. Even though it was nowhere as hard to get things back from time than to hide them, it sure took still a bit of energy. He could regenerate a bit, in this magical water, which was full of life force. He had charged it with it for a time like this, and look, it sure came handy. You sure can never make enough preparations. So Phobos closed his eyes and soon sleep overcame him, to let him have a prison-less dream. Kabuto looked at him and turned then to Sasuke. "He is a most dangerous person, Sasuke-kun. Be careful around him. As soon as he leaves that small water place, he will be stronger than us. But we need him to gain more power, to achieve Orochimaru-sama's dream." Sasuke shrugged, not really caring about Orochimaru's dreams, and watched carefully with his Sharingan. If normal persons were a candle with chakra, Phobos was a burning forest. At first he was a small, smoldering flame, then a burning bush, and then a fierce inferno. What power! With such power he could sure kill his brother, and get finally his revenge. "What can you see, Sasuke-kun? He has a lot of chakra, and I couldn't see those things he let appear earlier." Kabuto nodded. Orochimaru-sama suspected this, that magic is different from our chakra and jutsu system. We should wait for the situation to develop. Sasuke didn't respond nor showed with any sign that he heard him. Kabuto, who was used to this by now, sighed and sat down, to wait for their temporarily new boss to finish. Meanwhile, in the castle of Meridian, Elion was surrounded by her most trustworthy people. Caleb, the personnel guard, advisor of the Queen and leader of the military forces of Meridian; Julian, head advisor of the Queen and Caleb's father; Aldarn, one of her personal guards and second in charge of the army. So my brother has escaped once again. How did he manage that? It is impossible for him to do this on his own. It seems that he wasn't alone. 2 hooded persons helped him. They defeated Raithor, Vathek and 6 guards. Then they freed Phobos, who promised that he is going to free them all, and then vanished. Elion looked angry. We have to find him. Let searching troops out. Caleb interrupted. Meridian is big and the former members of the rebellion know how many hiding places there are. For now, all we know is that we search for 3 people where at least 2 of them can cast magic. It should be impossible for the regular guards to find them. She looked curiously at him. What do you suggest? We need the guardians. I know you are strong enough to defeat Phobos on your own, my queen, but to locate them we will need their assistance. And those 2 companions of him are not to be underestimated, since they overpowered all guards placed in the prison, and let us not forget that Vathek and Raithor were under them. Everybody was looking at Caleb. The Queen of Meridian, Elion, smiled and nodded. You are right, Caleb. Please search Blunk and tell him to call the girls. Drake, you will take over the prison once again, and this time, take Sandpit with you. Aldarn, you take over the castle security and Gargoyle. With a wave of her hand she opened a fold. Julian, could you please tell the Oracle about the escape of Phobos and the current situation? He knows probably by now, but we should better tell him in the council. Perhaps he can give you some information about those 2 new buddies of my brother. The 4 men bowed and left for their respective missions, leaving Elion alone with her thoughts about her brother. Who are the persons who freed him? What are their plans? She muttered a few words and a bubble appeared in front of her. She concentrated hard on it, and after a few seconds, the face of Phobos appeared on it. He seemed to be asleep, but suddenly he opened his eyes and looked right at her, even though he couldn't see her. Phobos smirked, saluted mockingly, and with a wave of his hand the image vanished, leaving the bubble useless floating in the room. Elion sighed and popped the bubble, looking sad on the ground. I should have known that it wouldn't be that easy. I may be stronger than him, but he has experience which is far greater than mine. Once again she had to depend on others, much to her pleasure. Phobos was looking at Kabuto and Sasuke, who eyed him suspiciously. Has something happened, Phobos-sama? Asked Kabuto. My baby sister tried to spy. But don't worry about her. I placed a field over me which will protect us from such spells and sorceries. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You want us to believe you are that powerful? My dear boy, you sure should hold your tongue in line, said Phobos looking at him. Sasuke responded by glaring. He stood up, activating his Sharingan. Copy wheel eye. Phobos looked amazed at those eyes. Orochimaru had once told him about them. They could see through every illusion, understand every spell, jutsu, and copy it. Truly magnificent eyes. Prove it. Sasuke said coldly. Prove that you are the powerful being you claim to be. Every person in the cave knew why Sasuke was challenging Phobos, and the tyrant smirked. If you wanted to copy my sorceries and spells you just should have asked for it. He left the water place, put on his cloak and looked at Sasuke. Watch closely and learn, kid. With your eyes it shouldn't be that hard. Sasuke smirked, vanished just to appear behind Phobos and form some hand seals. Fire release. Giant fireball technique. He yelled and a great fireball left his mouth and flew towards Phobos, who blocked it lazily with a hand. Do you think you can impress me with that? The Fire Guardian would laugh in your face when you would use this attack in front of her. Sasuke didn't look happy about this statement. In fact, he was fast forming new hand seals. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Missile. This time a long and extremely hot flame came out, taking the shape of the head of a dragon, and hit Phobos, surrounding him with flames. When Sasuke stopped the attack, Phobos stood there, yawning. The stones around him were melted and he looked amused. I must admit that this attack was at least a bit impressive, but yet so boring. Sasuke vanished again and was now above Phobos. Before he could throw any shuriken or kunai, he was surrounded by a white light which forced his body to the ground, making it impossible for him to move. Why can't I see through it? Phobos had read his mind and spoke with a cold voice. I am royalty boy, don't you dare question my powers again. Your petty eyes are not able to copy special abilities of families or such, aren't they? And my blood is so special, that your eyes are not nearly good enough to deal with my abilities. Bowed down to the power of Phobos. He lifted the spell around Sasuke and started to laugh, his voice sending shivers through Kabuto, making him doubt the decision of Orochimaru, by freeing this guy. In Heatherfield Irma lair. The guardian with the power over the element of water was yawning right during a very eventful biology lesson, and by very eventful she meant boring as hell. Who could blame a girl who was, by now, used to fight monsters and tyrant and now had to sit through dull biology lessons? Thank you, Miss Lair, for showing me your almonds. If we ever need some for a demonstration, yours are just fine. Obviously the teacher kid and the whole class burst out laughing while Irma smiled sheepishly. My almonds are at your service, Professor, she replied. Cut it off, Miss Lair, and concentrate on the book. After all, Mendel isn't that boring. Wait until we are going to handle ecology. Yeah, can't wait for it. After seeing the stern look on the face of her teacher, she became quiet and looked at Hei Lin, who was snickering. This is not funny, she whispered. You are right. It is hilarious. After the bell rang tyranny, Hei Lin, Irma met with Will and Cornelia. There was nothing extraordinary to talk about since it had been weeks after the final battle against Cedric and they had analyzed the fight till the smallest detail. Also, guardian duty wasn't pressing right now. They just had a few minor diplomatic missions on some worlds and those had been really boring. It was like watching grade school kids playing soccer. You didn't have to owe anything except yelling a few times not to play so hard. As such, they were talking about regular stuff, like school, boys, shopping, interdimensional trading laws, boys, Elion, and the fact that Irma, maybe, slowly started to gain weight, which she declined of course, when suddenly they felt a presence. Now felt was a wrong word, they smelled it. Do you smell that? Asked Cornelia, closing her nose with her hand. Unfortunately, yes. Responded Will, starting to look around to locate the passeling who was most likely the cause for that foul smell. Girls, great danger, said Blunk, appearing behind a trash can, apparently not caring that could be spotted by anyone who would pass this spot, although the chances were slim since no one would deliberately come near such a bad-smelling place. Phobos escaped. Queen needs your help. Blunk came to find you. Phobos? Are you kidding me? How? Again? Tyranny, expecting this reaction after she had smelled Blunk, cleared her throat loudly and ended the wine festival before it could start. They exchanged glances and Will finally took out the heart, looked around for the last time and opened a fold to Meridian, wishing she could contact Mad, but for all they knew, they didn't have the time. Okay. Then it is time for WITCH again. The other four girls groaned but stepped through after seeing the expression on the face of Will. Back in the throne room of Elion, where she was awaiting the girls and Blunk together with Caleb, she summoned a map of Meridian and marked the areas which were already checked or simple not a possibility. Hey girls. She greeted them, while Cornelia pulled her into a hug. So Phobos has escaped again? Asked Irma. This is not a prison, it is a filter. Hey, I take offense on that comment. The ones who freed Phobos were apparently some kind of ninjas, defeated Vathek and Rathor. The muscles in his right arm and in his legs were severed by them. It will take time to heal, complained Elion. The fact that they defeated Rathor and Vathek in a hand-to-hand combat means that they are a serious threat, summed up Caleb. Of course those two are nowhere near my skill, but they are still above average. Do you know what we like about you, Caleb? Asked Irma, raising an eyebrow. It is your modesty. Finished Hei Lin smiling. Funny, but we have serious work to do. He is right, said Elion. We have to split up. Caleb, you go with Cornelia, Hei Lin and Blunk around Meridian and search for Phobos. You can do your green talking. Hei Lin can hear the sounds and Blunk can smell him. Caleb knows the territory. You four have the biggest chance to track Phobos down. Will, could you and Irma go to the prison too? Drake will help you and the prison will be safe for sure. Will nodded and Irma looked thoughtful. What about me? Asked Tyranny. You stay here with me. Together we will guard the castle and we can contact everybody telepathically. We will act as the connection between the groups. So in every group is someone who can open folds, for a quick exit, so call for reinforcements before attacking Phobos, if you find him, that is. Okay, then please let's start. The sooner we find Phobos and bring him back to prison, the better. The groups scattered, leaving Elion alone with Tyranny. Since when are you such a leader? Asked Tyranny impressed. It comes automatically when you are a queen. Also Caleb and Julian are teaching me a lot. Caleb's father was also a leader, huh? Asked Tyranny, smiling at the thought of a much younger Julian. Elion grinned. Now let's try to build a mental block, to increase our telepathically reach. Tyranny nodded and after both girls sat down, their minds connected and they started to search for Phobos' mind. Back in Kandrocker, Julian was bowing in front of the council. Your news worries me, my friend. Prince Phobos has escaped once more and is threatening the peace of the universe again. I am afraid that I have more unpleasant news for you. Julian looked concerned at him. What can be worse than that oracle? He asked. The ones who helped Phobos to escape were ninjas from a place called Hidden Village of the Sound and their leader is a most dangerous person. Explained Tiber. He is a wanted criminal, in his world, and experiments with forbidden techniques and has mastered immortality. Julian raised an eyebrow. I know that is something impressive but the whole council of Kandrocker and even Phobos has immortality, so what is so special about that? It is true that we can't die of age, my friend, but he hasn't the same power like us. Our bodies simply do not age after a certain point or age really slowly. He on the other hand transfers his mind to another younger body, killing the person's soul in the process and so manages not to die of age. On the top of that he gains the powers of the new body, alongside to his own. Is he more powerful than Phobos? Asked a worried Julian, imagining an opponent of greater threat than Phobos and Nerissa. The oracle shook his bold head, not in terms of power, Julian. He doesn't have magical powers like him but instead very high skills as a ninja. He alone could defeat armies. Also, he has a way of gathering loyal servants. He and the most other ninjas are attacking at such high speed that normal magic users simply wouldn't have the time to defend themselves but still magic lies within in a greater dimension. So what are we going to do? Queen Elion, the Guardians and Caleb will surely be able to defeat him. The oracle shook his head sadly. I am afraid that we need fire to fight the fire. What do you mean, oracle? Asked Luba. Do you want to say we should call for ninjas? Are you questioning my decisions, Luba? Asked the oracle, raising an eyebrow. I'm sorry, oracle, but how do we know we can trust those assassins? In my experience, people in that particular field aren't really trustworthy persons as they tend to break their promises for their personal gain. Yes, but I think I am a good enough judge of people and had my trust will not be betrayed by those I want to contact. He looked at two people in the room. Yan Lin, you will go to the world of the ninjas and call for help. Julian, return to the queen and tell her that help is on his way. They nodded and behind them two folds opened. So let's see if they have some good tea there. I made it a habit to test the tea of every world I go to. Joked Yan Lin and entered the left fold while Julian stoically the right one. Back on Meridian, Caleb's group had no luck. Cornelia and Hei Lin were in deep meditation for 3 hours now and none of them had found a trace of Phobos. Caleb was sitting next to Blunk and he was sighting for the 34th time, in the last 30 minutes. I always thought that Earth girls were fast with communication, he muttered. A small stone hit him on the head and he looked at Cornelia, who apparently had heard him and obviously was quite angry. Tell you what, rebel boy, why don't you use your plant communication technique and search for Phobos? Caleb laughed nervously, knowing he just should have kept his big mouth shut. Let's search at another place, said Hei Lin, not really caring for Caleb's and Cornelia's antics. Tight now, grabbed Blunk and flew, followed by Cornelia who indeed was ignoring Caleb. The rebel leader jumped up, protesting but could only see after them. Right now he wasn't sure what felt worse, being left alone by your angry girlfriend in the middle of nowhere or being laughed at by Blunk. As he saw them disappearing out of sight and he still could hear Bunks laughing, he decided it was latter. He sighted and started his 1-hour walk back to the palace, which was more than 15 kilometers away. When the girls arrived in the castle 2 hours later, a surprised Elion awaited them. "Did you find them and where have you left Caleb?" Cornelia snorted. "He wanted to walk." Elion giggled and knew instantly that the former rebel leader had done something stupid to anger her best friend and she had left him there to walk back alone. She didn't even need to use her telepathic abilities for that. With a wave of her hand she tele-transported Caleb back to the throne room. After knowing Caleb that well, it was quite easy for her to locate him telepathically, being used to his wavelength, as she would put it jokingly. "I see you wanted to walk, Caleb?" she asked, amused. "Yes, my queen, I fancied a walk," he answered dryly, knowing it would be best to play this down instead of ignoring it. They would mention it often enough from now on, so he might better get used to it. He would never understand girls anyway. Sasuke had recovered from the fight against Phobos, at least physically. His pride was still smashed and it would take a long time for him to regain it. The guy on his back was weakened, exhausted, being held a prisoner for months and still able to dodge, or block as he still wasn't sure what exactly he did, his attacks like nothing. How could he kill his brother when he couldn't even lay his fingers on a guy like that? Now, they were moving again and he had to carry this spoiled prince, who just seemed to enjoy bragging about how weak he, Sasuke, was or how honored he should feel that he was allowed to carry that so almighty prince and so on. Normally he wouldn't care, but this guy had a way to annoy him. Sasuke wasn't sure if it was the arrogant smirk on his face or his voice filled with sarcasm and glee. It was probably both and he just hated it. Phobos had his own reasons to annoy Sasuke. Sure, it was fun, but he had to use quite the magic back then to dodge the second attack, and even if he was weakened, a brat like him shouldn't be able to have such strength. So he would show him that no one messes with a prince and gets away with it. But mostly, because it was fun. He had to rest an hour before they could leave the cave. Phobos wasn't so sure about leaving the cave or to hide them back in time, but he decided against it. Instead he let the ninjas bury those things, so he wouldn't have to use magical energy unnecessarily. "Phobos-sama," said Kabuto, who was running next to them. Phobos was amazed by the display of physical strength those two showed. They ran now for at least 40 minutes at high speed and they didn't even show any sign of being tired. And Sasuke, the younger one, was even carrying himself. Kabuto looked at the newly freed Phobos. "Are you able to open a fold?" The prince shook his head. "Unfortunately no, for that task I would need a certain artifact or the power of a heart. This is bad, so we will have to wait at the spot for 2 days. That was the time Orochimaru-sama wanted to arrive. There's a lake similar to that in the cage, so you can regenerate and recover while waiting for Orochimaru-sama." Phobos nodded. "So you are basically saying that we rushed from the safe cave for nothing?" "No, that place was too close to the castle and sooner or later the queen would have found us." Sasuke was silent. He had his own thoughts circling at the moment. If this queen was even stronger than Phobos and that those guardians would be only slightly weaker than the prince, how could he hope to compare with that? He needed to get stronger soon. Even though he could now go level 2 of the Cursed Seal easily and he deliberately hadn't used it against Phobos, it was clear for Sasuke that Phobos hadn't been on his full power too. Phobos continued to talk. "So what are you two going to do while I will be in a regenerative sleep?" "Protect you with our lives, Phobos-sama," replied the medical genius, pushing up his glasses. The former ruler of Meridian smirked. "I would have expected nothing less." "Wow, 7 reviews, I didn't expect so many. I am glad you liked it." Amaltre: "Thank you, we will know more about Orochimaru's plans soon but not know. And about Sasuke, he wants to gain power to kill his brother. The moment he achieved that, the power he has then will be more than enough for him, but he wants this power fast. Orochimaru instead wants to be all-powerful and invincible. So Sasuke seems a bit impatient against him, but Orochimaru is in real more power-hungry." Ariana T: "Thanks to you too, I hope you will like this chapter as well." Sabaku no Yumi: "Like your name. Thanks for your compliments, and to answer your question, yes, Naruto is away at the moment, training with Jiraiya, but who knows, perhaps the number one loudest unpredictable ninja of Konoha will make an entrance. Carrie. Thank you. Here is the next one. Z Nadkazak. Thanks for your review, and I believe it is both. It has his comic books and is a TV show, the cartoon. I am mostly orientating after the TV show. I didn't read many comics of WITCH. Daydreamer 9. Thank you, and I apologize again for the mistakes. I am not really famous for my flawless writing style. Guardian's Light. Sorry again for the countless mistakes, but I am glad you liked it. And now we will continue with the story disclaimer. I do not own any original characters, techniques, places, names, objects of Naruto and WITCH, and I don't intend to make money with it, not that I could anyways. When defeat is inevitable, it is wisest to yield. Quintilian XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX 4 ninjas were doing seals for an hour now, and they were supported by 6 other ninjas, who would constantly let their own charka flew into them. Every single one of them wore a sound forehead protector and had the cursed seal activated. The 4 doing the seals were even at level 2. One of them, with long messy hair, ran to a chamber where Orochimaru, a member of the Sannin, one of the 3 ninja of legends and traitor of Konoha, was waiting for his minions to finish the summoning. 1. The pale-looking missing nin was looking at a scroll when the door opened and his subordinate arrived. Orochimaru-sama, they are almost finished, informed him the sound nin eagerly. I see. Orochimaru licked his lips and walked outside just in time to see the 4 stopping, and suddenly a blue fold opened in front of them. The 4 with level 2 of the cursed seal changed back to their normal form and collapsed, exhausted of their immense chakra loss. Healers ran to them and they were given a fast treatment, consisting of a bit charka transfer and a few soldier pills. How is their condition? Asked Orochimaru, not really caring for their welfare. Still, he wanted them to be alive, at least for a while longer. It would be difficult to find suitable replacements. It was hard enough to replace likes of Sakin and Tayuya, but the loss of Kimimaru was a real pity. Like the last time, they are only exhausted and low on charka. They should be able to fight properly tomorrow again. The rest is ready. Orochimaru-sama. The leader of the Sound Village nodded and looked at the fold in front of him. It wasn't faster than last time. It seems you really need an hour to open a fold between Meridian and our world. He started walking towards the fold. Follow me, you can regenerate on the other side, this thing won't be open all day. We have to hurry, it is not polite to let a prince waiting after all. He chuckled when he stepped off the fold. This would turn out most amusing indeed. Nobody responded, but 20 ninjas followed him through the fold. Orochimaru and a large squad of sound ninja had just invaded Meridian. 3 hours later. Caleb and 10 of his men were walking fast through a forest, not far from the palace. After the issue with Cornelia, he didn't want to be near the guardians, so he chose to do some searching with the regular guards. He didn't expect to find Phobos, but everything was better than staying there and being the target of a Cornelia with bad mood. Well, it was always a bad idea of being a target of Cornelia, regardless of her mood. Of course the girls were back in their world, but there was always the danger of coming back any second, and he had enough experience off being caught off guard. So the searching party was out for several hours now, and Caleb knew that they have been followed. He constantly looked around until one of the guards finally asked, "Sir, is something wrong?" "I think someone is watching us," responded Caleb, unsure, "but I can't see anyone." The guard laughed. "Nobody could stalk us without being noticed. I mean, we are all veterans of the time of Phobos, even if we were on different sides." Caleb didn't answer, but continued to look around, while they were walking in the direction of several purple-colored trees, their destination since he was aware of their observers, nearly there. When they reached the trees, Caleb suddenly moved, picked up a stone and hurled it right at a certain plant on a tree. The plant he hit was a rather interesting plant. Being part of the family of the symbiotic plants, it grew on that purple trees and feed of their water and fruits. In exchange it ate all the potential enemies, who would come near the tree, like poisonous plants, bugs, small animals, big animals and of course humans. In this case the potential enemies were 5 ninja, who wore the forehead protector of the hidden village of sound. So ranks wrapped around 2 of them and before they could react the poison on the ranks had numbed the ninjas and it slowly started to devour them. The 3 who could escape, were now standing in front of the small group, glaring at Caleb who had a satisfied smirk on his face. The fauna here can be rather aggressive. You should be careful. The one in the left pulled out a few shuriken, the 2 others followed his example, and had exact the same glare on their faces. Let's see if you can keep that cocky grin of yours after we are finished with you. You shouldn't worry about me, I am not the one standing in front of a Korlik nest. Before either of them could ask what a Korlik was, small, mice-like creatures started coming out of a small hole which had the form of a square. The Korlik were 6 centimeters big, mice-like creatures, with 3 tails and cat-like ears. Like most of the animals living in this part of Meridian, they were of course extremely dangerous. The ninja in the middle had a bit more distance to the hole and managed to jump away, but his companions weren't that lucky. They were bitten before they could react and dropped to the ground, not able to move. More and more Korlik came out of the hole until both ninja were entirely covered, their bodies disappeared from sight, looking like a huge gray mess. Sneaky little beasts, but like the most creatures here, they're very poisonous. 1 bite and you can't move. 2 bites and you are in a coma-like state, and 3 or more, well you can guess. The last ninja was furious. I will avenge my comrades, he yelled and threw his shuriken. Most guards were able to avoid them, but unfortunately not all. Caleb drew his sword and went for a strike, but the enemy vanished, appearing in the middle of the guards, starting to slaughter them left and right with 2 kunai. Caleb's eyes became big when he saw his friends and subordinates die in front of his eyes. Move! He yelled and charged at the ninja. His target smirked and blocked the sword with his kunai. Angry that I killed your precious little friends? Don't worry, 3 of them are still alive. His grin widened. I hope you noticed the keyword still. The ninja, Yamada Takato, jumped back, avoiding any holes or suspicious places, and prepared himself for the next attack. You don't stand a chance against me. The only reason you took out my comrades was you having the advantage of our surroundings and knowing the landscape. I must say that I am impressed. It was us who wanted to ambush you, but without us noticing you noticed us and lured us in a trap. Even though he was right, Caleb was not going to tell him that. So you already search for excuses for your failure. Come on and face me. I didn't fight my whole life for freedom to be killed from someone like you. Peef, as I would care why you lived so far. He quickly started to form some hand seals. He held out 2 of his fingers and concentrated his charka. A small tornado formed on his fingers, taking the form of a blade. Blade of Wind. 2. It ends now. This attack cannot be stopped. He launched forward and Caleb tried to block, but the Blade of Wind went trough the sword, without damaging it, while Caleb had not so much luck. It caused him a wound across the stomach, still he was used worse. Takato was grinning now. So it seems to end. I already told you it can't be blocked, this wind blade of mine. His grin widened. Ready to die? A few minutes before that, Matt Olson, the lead singer of the group, Rec 55 Inches, boyfriend of Will Vendome and more importantly one of the 3 regents of Earth, was walking fast towards the woods in the outer part of Sheffield. On his shoulder was his pet dormouse Mr. Huggles, also one of 3 regents of Earth. Some people might find it odd that 1/3 of the greatest magical sources of Earth was held by a dormouse, but after you realize that the 3rd one is a talking cat, you might get used to it. Ignoring the fact that many heads turned around to look at the guy with the mouse on his shoulder, they continued walking. The curious looks stopped when he disappeared in the forest, and after a few minutes he took a ring out of his pocket. Let's see, Will gave me the mage ring, so I can open folds to Meridian. I hope I will have a better aim than she had the first time, or I'll end in some lone forest. A fold opened in front of him. Let's go, Mr. Huggles. I hope we will turn out in the castle. Or at least not in a swamp. When he stepped out of the fold he realized that he didn't come out in a swamp. Unfortunately it wasn't the castle either. So Mr. H, where the heck are we now? The little mouse didn't answer but shuddered, jumped from his shoulder and ran off. Mr. H. Oh man, and I so hoped he was over this running away phase. Matt ran after his pet, and after a few minutes he found him covered behind a tree watching Caleb fighting some weird guy. So that was the reason he ran off. Good job, Mr. H. I guess it is time for us to interfere. Both started to glow in a silver blue light and their bodies changed. Both grew taller and muscular, but while Mr. Huggles transformed into an animalistic beast with clothing, Matt changed into a man, who wore a green vest, black pants, a golden mask, had black wings and a black tail. His hair was also black and resembled the hair of Medusa, but only his weren't snakes. On his arms were metal plates, shielding them, and his voice became deeper, mature, more intimidating. Kor and Shagan, two of the most feared beings, had returned, but now they had other, more friendly personalities, which was completely understandable since their minds belonged to a 15-year-old boy and a dormouse with a nearly human-like intellect. Exactly when the foreign ninja was about to strike Caleb with his windblade for the second time, he was hit by a green blast and was sent flying into a tree. Caleb looked surprised and relieved at the same time. Looking at Matt, who landed right in front of him, he stood up and laughed, still clutching his wound. Are you my searching party? Matt shook his head. No, just found you by luck. My destination was to fold to the castle, and here I am. You missed it by several kilometers, grinned Caleb, but turned his attention to the ninja again. Who the hell are you, damn bastard? Hissed the now slightly injured sound ninja. Matt flapped one last time with his wings before adjusting them on his back in their normal position. Nobody at all. I am just your regular guy with wings. Don't be so arrogant, I can still take both of you out, sneered Takato. Now don't talk so harshly, replied Matt, amused. You will only upset Mr. Huggles. Before the man could ask who this Huggles was, two arms wrapped around Takato and lifted him. What the? He sneaked up on me. What the hell? See, you already upset him. Perhaps you should apologize, suggested Matt. How dare you? How dare you mock me? His face was red from anger and humiliation. I won't have it. By using a massive amount of charka, he was able to break the iron grip, and he kicked Huggles to send him flying. Then he stormed right at Matt and Caleb while avoiding the green beams of the former Knight of Destruction. Seeing that this guy was too fast to be hit, Matt rose to the air, making it difficult for Takato to reach him, but being a ninja he immediately went for the second target, Caleb. Oh shit, this can't be good. Matt concentrated, and suddenly Caleb was shortly surrounded by a green ring and transformed into a stone. While this was a glamour spell, for Takato it looked like a body replacement technique. 3. He stopped and looked around. So you can use ninjutsu, ninja techniques, too? You winged bastard are sure full of surprises. Matt had enough from this guy. Not alone he didn't shut up, but he was also a great threat for them. Caleb couldn't stay under the glamour spell all day, and he wasn't fast enough to hit him with his green blast, let with his fists. While Matt doubted their chance of winning, Takato did the same. He fought against a monstrous beast with inhuman strength, a wounded tactical genius whom he couldn't track down at the moment, and a flying guy who could shoot green beams and had probably other techniques in his sleeve. We will meet again. And after a few hand signs he vanished in a small cloud of smoke. 4. Matt sank to the ground and the glamour spell lifted from Caleb. Who? And I thought this was the end. He looked at Caleb and saw that he was bleeding, and he realized now the corpses lying around in their pool of blood. The shock caused Matt to transform back and throw up. Caleb sighed, looking concerned at the teenager who just had his first experience with death. Checking up on the wound on his stomach, he wasn't so sure that he would make it to the castle either. Outside of a small cave, Kabuto was looking at Sasuke, who was furiously punching a tree. Who does he think he is? Treating me like a stupid child. Please calm down, Sasuke-kun. Phobos-sama is not someone you should fight with. Tried the medic Nin to calm down the young Uchiha. As a matter of fact, he is one of the last persons I want to fight. I think I am a prince, while you are an insolent child with a huge complex. Sasuke turned around, red eyes glaring at Phobos, who just came out of the cave. You would do well when you could behave. Do you always talk that way to your superiors? Actually, that's exactly what he does. Sasuke-kun sure has a lack of social abilities. But Orochimaru-sama didn't want him because he had good manners. Please do not provoke him, Phobos-sama. If we run into an enemy, this anger could lead to defeat. Phobos and obviously Sasuke didn't listen. Great, even a genin could track down that killing intent. Sasuke immediately started to form hand signs, but Kabuto moved faster than him and grabbed a hand. Please do not use any jutsus. We are in the territory of the enemy and they search for us. Sasuke didn't reply but shook Kabuto off and walked away, after a last glare at Phobos. Nasty little temper he has there. Phobos smirked at Kabuto, who frowned at this. Phobos-sama, we are here to protect and serve you. Please do not insult Sasuke-kun like that. Do you want to tell me what to do? Asked Phobos, his voice becoming a whisper. Do you really think I would listen to your commands? I do not listen to children, boy. Kabuto was concerned. This guy was not someone to mess with and was sure unpredictable. Of course not, Phobos-sama. Please forgive me, but you have to understand that Sasuke-kun is not a very stable person. Do you think I didn't notice that? It is this nasty little seal of Orochimaru? Kabuto looked at him, not sure to be surprised by his good observation or by this knowledge of the cursed seal. Why? Yes. May I ask, how do you know about the cursed seal? Phobos grinned and turned away to look at Sasuke, who was sitting on a tree, looking out for potential enemies. You may not, but I will still tell you. It is really simple, Orochimaru told me. Kabuto already suspected this, but it didn't make any sense. Why would Orochimaru-sama tell Phobos about one of his most secret techniques? He could only think of two options. Either Phobos helped Orochimaru to create it, which was unlikely, or Orochimaru needed help at some point. This Phobos was far too much informed about the ninja and Orochimaru-sama's plans. He would have to make sure that he doesn't disturb them. After all, Orochimaru was his only way to achieve his goals. At least at the moment, only time would tell what his next steps would be. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX for a 9-year-old you behave like an idiot. And could you perhaps listen to me? Responded an equally annoyed Christopher Lair, younger brother of Irma. You are supposed to help your younger sibling. You are not a sibling, you are a brat, argued Irma, hoping that his conversation would be over soon. Funny, I was about to tell you the same thing. Irma was now clearly angry. Her littler brother not only walks into her room, talking about strange persons jumping from roof to roof and expecting that she would believe him, no, now he insults her as well. Get out. Do you really think I would believe that you just saw some guys jumping from roof to roof? So what, even I can jump from roof to roof, they're not that separated from each other. I mean they jumped over a few roofs at once, like 10 meters with each jump. I think you just read too many comics. How about something normal to do, like shut up and go to your room? Christopher knew that his sister would not listen to him at this point. He glared at her for one last time, left the room and shut the door with such force that her mother asked them if everything was all right. Damn brat, muttered Irma. She knew Chris was just trying to mess with her. He had to. Nobody who was born at Earth could do that, but Mr. Huggles, in his morphed form, as Core. And there was no way something else could have come here. Only the Oracle, Elion, Will with the heart, Matt with the ring and Blunk with the tooth could open folds. Phobos was free for 3 days now, but there was no way he could have come here, was there? Still not sure what to think, she grabbed her coat and left the house, to meet with Hei Lin and the others. She could discuss this with them before jumping into conclusions. After all, they were a team, a really good team. Yup, they were defiantly the best there. After all, in this team was the best water guardian known to Kandrocker. At least Irma thought so, and who would disagree? Except Cornelia, that is. After a few minutes she was in the center of the town Heatherfield. Looking around she noticed nobody jumping from roof to roof. It would have surprised her if she actually had seen someone. Suddenly she saw Christopher across the street, waving at her. Irma was clearly surprised. She had left her home earlier than Chris, so how was he faster than her? She started to walk towards him, but when she reached the place where her little brother was standing, he was already gone. She saw him at the corner, and this time she ran towards him, confused about his strange behavior. This was better not a prank, or he would seriously regret it. After 10 minutes of chasing, Irma was in a deserted alley, where Chris was standing in front of a dead end. "Chris, what is the meaning of this? Why are you behaving so strange?" Irma's voice was full of concern and she was really worried now. "I am sorry to disappoint you," began her brother, but with a puff, he was surrounded by smoke. 5. After the smoke cleared, a strange figure was standing in front of her. He wore green trouser, blue sandals and a coat, covering his mouth. His eyes couldn't be seen because of his sunglasses, and on his forehead was a forehead protector with a strange symbol. His hair was messy and brown, but she could see that this guy was dangerous. "But I am not your brother." Irma was shocked, really shocked. Some weird guy had imposed as her brother and was now standing in front of her. The really strange thing was that this was not a glamour spell. Remembering the story about the ones who had attacked Caleb and Matt and had freed Phobos, this had to be some ninja trick. "You are a ninja," stated Irma, preparing herself for battle. She knew that without going guardian she was not on her full power, but perhaps it would be enough to deal with him or at least hold him off until the others arrived. The strange person in front of her nodded. "Correct, and I, Aburame Shino, challenge you, Irma Lair, the water guardian, to a battle. You know that this is a strange way to chat up a girl." Irma, next to mocking her opponent, was furiously thinking about Tyranny, hoping she would read her mind. Shino didn't respond and stared at her with a stoic expression. "But if you ask so nice, how could I decline?" Without warning she fired a stream of water at him, hoping to catch him off guard. The steam hit Shino, but there was another puff and instead of him there was a bin now. How did he do that? Suddenly Irma heard his voice behind her. "You shouldn't attack a ninja directly." She turned around immediately only to see the most creepy thing in her whole life. She didn't doubt that this will stay being the creepiest thing in her life. From 3 holes on his cheek, bugs started to crawl around, covering more and more of his face and clothing. Out of reflex she made a step away from him, resisting the urge to scream. "Wah! What are these things? What are you?" stuttered Irma, eyes widened. "I am a ninja from the Aburame clan, and I can control these Kakaichu. You would call them destruction bugs, and that is what they are. 6. They feed on the enemy's energy, may it chakra or magic. This guy totally freaks me out, letting insects living under his skin. Next time I will believe Chris." Again Irma tried to hit him with water, but his time, he let the bugs form a shield which blocked the water. "This doesn't look good. I only hope the others will come soon." As if Shino had read her mind, he destroyed that hope. "Your friends are busy with my friends at this moment. You should better think of a tactic to defeat me on your own. There will be nobody to save you." Crap. Tyranny was facing a shinobi too, being lured out with the same trick as Irma, only the guy in front of her had morphed into her older brother. While she was thinking rapidly to find a way to get out, it was clear for her that there was no way to escape. From the information she got from Vathik, Caleb and Matt, she knew that those ninja were a lot faster than her. Even though this one seemed most unmotivated, she was sure that she could not escape by running. Flying wasn't an option either since she wasn't transformed, but even if she was, people could see her. Fighting was the only option, and yet she was less powerful in this state. Her opponent, a guy with a messy ponytail, earrings, a green vest, some shaggy pants and a forehead protector on his left arm, had introduced himself as Nara Shikamaru, and didn't seem like the type who played with his enemies. "What do you want?" hissed Tyranny, concentrating a fireball in her left hand. "Simple," Shikamaru yawned. "It is troublesome, but I am going to fight you, Tyranny Cook, the fire guardian. What a drag, I am going to fight a woman again. Knowing my luck she will be loud and bossy too." "So you want to fight me? Think you can take the heat?" Tyranny shot the fireball at him, who simply avoided it. The fireball hit the wall behind him, lighting up the ally and increasing his shadow. The first second it seemed normal to Tyranny, with light behind, a shadow will grow. The next second was another story. Even though the fire was away, the shadow didn't stop growing, and before Tyranny could do anything, his shadow had connected to hers and she was not able to move anymore. The shadow imitation technique is a success. 7. Said Shikamaru in a bored voice. "You should think of a way to defeat me. Your friends are quite busy at the moment. I am sure they could use your help." Tyranny simply glared at him, flames dancing on her glasses. I knew it. She just had to have a bad temper. Cornelia was staring with disbelief at the, well, tummy guy in front of her, who was wearing strange clothes and an underwear-like garment on the head. First he had lured her out, with imposing as Lillian, and after that he didn't say anything, only stiffing chips into his mouth. Who the heck are you and why did you transform into my little sister? To say that Cornelia was angry was the understatement of the century. The name is Akamichi Choji, from the Akamichi clan, and I am here to challenge you, Cornelia Hale, the Earth Guardian, to a fight. She sure looks like Ino, thought Choji while eating chips. Let's just hope she doesn't have her temper too. Well, look, are you sure to challenge me? I mean, I am a guardian after all. Worry for yourself, the faster you defeat me, the faster you can help your friends. Cornelia, even though she didn't show it very often, was very caring towards her friends. Listen, Tubby, if you don't get out of my way, I will beat you senseless. Choji sighed. No luck there, she was just like Ino. But did she call him Tubby? What did you call me? He asked, eyeing her suspiciously. I didn't understand it. I said, Tubby, get out of my way, hissed Cornelia, being annoyed to be threatened by such a round boy. Suddenly he started to yell. I am not fat, I am big-boned. Cornelia shrieked and made a step back. Choji formed a seal, multi-size technique. 8. He became slightly bigger and rounder, still glaring at her. Nobody called him Tubby and get away with it. Then his arms, legs and head disappeared in his body and he started to roll. Now a boulder like Choji rolled directly at Cornelia, trying to smash her. 9. Cornelia shrieked and reacted immediately. Ranks came out of earth and tried to wrap themselves around Choji, but the rotation was too fast. The ranks were ripped off and Cornelia could just jump away in the last second. The Akamichi boy hit the wall instead, destroying it in the progress. He turned back to normal. Think fast to defeat me, after all you were alone. Cornelia gulped. It was clear that she had underestimated that boy because of his looks and was now paying for it. Heylin wasn't tricked like the others, but had to encounter an enemy in a different way. A shy-looking suddenly had appeared in her basement where she was supposed to meet the others and was now confronting her. Who are you? Asked Heylin, eyeing the girl. My name is Hyuga Hinata. From the Hyuga clan and I want to challenge you, Heylin, the air guardian, to a fight. This couldn't be true. In front of her was this shy stuttering girl, challenging her to a fight. That girl even knew of her guardian powers. But the most mysterious about this girl were her eyes. White, lavender-colored, pupil-less eyes. If this girl hadn't managed to get here unseen, she would have thought that she was blind. You want to what? Why? I am sorry, but it is an order. Please prepare yourself. Suddenly the veins on her temples bulged and pupils were finally appearing in her eyes. 10. Heylin shuddered. Those eyes, they seemed to see everything. With a last apologetic look, Hinata charged at Heylin, who could avoid the first attack. Then she turned invisible, hoping this would be enough to hide from her. This was the part when the Byakugan came into play. Even though Heylin was invisible for the rest of the world, she was not for a Hyuga. My eyes can see everything. There is no point turning invisible against me, stuttered Hinata. Heylin tried a different strategy. She tried to hit her with airwaves, but every time Hinata could avoid it. It sure didn't look good for Heylin. If you can't defeat me, you can't help your friends as well. It really didn't look good. I am so going to regret this once the others find out, thought Matt, when he saw the blonde girl in front of him grinning. After the daily rehearse with his band, this girl had shown up. At first there was a great similarity to Cornelia, but on the second glance you could see several differences. She came shyly to him, saying that she was new in town and if he was so friendly to show her the way to a certain place. Being the gentleman Matt was, he accepted and brought her here. If he hadn't spent so much time thinking about the girl's attitude and appearance, he might have wondered what a girl would want out in the woods. He really was going to regret this. Right after they had arrived there, The blonde girl with the ponytail and the purple-white outfit saw him into his eyes and smirked. Suddenly her character had totally changed from shy and helpless to confident and strong. She said that she hadn't introduced herself. Now Matt was looking at her, not knowing what to expect. There were only two things he was sure of. First, this girl couldn't be up to good, and second, he was really going to regret this if Will ever found out. It was really rude from me not to introduce myself, but it was also rude from you not to ask. Before Matt could respond, she continued to talk. My name is Yamanaka Ino from the Yamanaka clan. Suddenly there was a puff, and on her belly appeared a forehead protector with the symbol of Konoha, of course unknown to Matt. I am a Kunoichi of Konoha and I challenge you, Matt Olson, a regent of Earth, to a fight. Wow, wow, wow. Stop there. You are a ninja? Asked Matt, surprised. Yes, and if you don't want to die, I would advise to fight me properly. Don't let my gorgeous face fool you. Ino smiled sweetly while she pulled out several kunai and threw them at him, but with less power, so that Matt could avoid them. I don't like fighting girls, but it seems you leave me no choice. Once again Matt glowered blue and silver and transformed in his Shagan form. Really impressive, commented Ino. Like your chest. Thanks, smirked Matt. Like yours too. At this Ino was annoyed. Guess you are a pervert too. At least I don't have to regret killing you. Now she grabbed really fast two kunai and hurled them at Matt, who barely avoided them. His face started to glow green and he fired blast after blast at Ino, but she managed to dodge them by jumping from tree to tree, Matt flying after her. She started to form hand seals and stopped to turn around. This was the moment Matt had waited for, and he hit her with his green beam. The reaction he got was not what Matt had expected. Instead, that she fell to the ground or something, white smoke appeared and there was a log instead. Damn, I hate those ninja tricks. Too bad, came her voice behind him. Matt turned around. I can't spare you from one more. With her hands she formed a rectangle. Ninja art. Mind-body disturbance technique. 11. Suddenly he couldn't move his body. Instead it moved on his own, landing slowly on the ground. In front of him were handcuffs Ino had placed there. He picked them up and bound his hands on his back. Ino smirked at him. Okay jerk, let's see how you get out of this, and if you beat me, perhaps you could help your friends. Will Vendome, keeper of the heart of Kandrakar, was confronting her opponent on the backyard of her school. At this time, nobody was here, and she had some space to move too. The only problem was, the same applied to her enemy. It was a boy with completely white lavender eyes, but the pupils were missing. He had long hair and wore strange clothes, his right arm and leg being in bandages. He was standing stoically in front of her looking at Will with his intimidating eyes. He had lured her here by giving her a note to meet him here. He wrote her that he had this dormouse in his hands and if she wanted to rescue it, she had to come. Separating himself from a common dormouse thief, he told her that he knew of the full powers of this pet. He had caught the mouse and knocked it out before it could transform. Now Will was here, glaring at him. What do you want from me, and more importantly, what do you want from Mr. Huggles? Mr. Huggles, hey. A fitting name for a creature that has 1/3 of the greatest magical power of Earth. So you are a coward and a jerk? Noticed Will. You kidnap a dormouse and insult his name. Wow, you are really a pathetic bad guy. Neji didn't respond. Why should he? He already achieved his goal by luring her here and pissing her off so that he could fight her. Will Vendome. He began, I, Hyuga Neji from the branch house of the Hyuga clan, challenge you, the keeper of the heart of Kandrakar and guardian of quintessence, to a fight. How do you know about us? Asked Will, fury in her eyes. You will get your answers when you beat me. He paused for a second. Or when I pity you long enough for your pathetic attacks. Hoping that this last taunt should do it, he got in the defensive stance of the Hyuga style, and Neji was not disappointed. That was the last drop for the leader of the Guardians. Will screamed in anger and shot a lightning bolt at him. Neji immediately activated his Byakugan and nullified the attack with a Juken strike, emitting chakra from his palm. 12. It seems I was right after all. Your attacks are really pathetic. Will grabbed the heart. We will see who is pathetic. The heart started to glow and Will transformed to her guardian self. She charged, flying at her opponent, covering herself with electricity, with hope to ram her enemy strong enough to take him out. Neji waited until she was in range and started to spin around, releasing a huge amount of chakra from all the chakra holes in his body at the same time, creating a blue shield of chakra. 13. Will, unable to stop her attack, crashed against it, felt like a stone thrown against a wall. A really huge metal wall. She landed on the ground, moaning and unable to concentrate. Neji had stopped spinning around. The electricity was mostly absorbed from his attack, but a little bit had still hit him, making his body a little numb. He marched slowly towards her. Will, now standing again, glared at him, realizing his changed eyes. The veins on his temples were bulged and pupils were appeared in his eyes. You doubt yourself. You know now the difference of skill between us, and you were close to give up. There is still a bit resistance in you, I can see that. How, stuttered Will, now a bit afraid of her enemy. The words he was saying seemed so true. I can see everything with my eyes. The birds around this building, the scene that 3 boys are chatting outside the school, the pores on your skin, and even the fear in your eyes. He stopped to look at her. They can see everything, those eyes of mine. Will started her last attempt, concentrating hard. She shot another lightning bolt at him, a lightning bolt far more powerful than the last. Neji's eyes widened, but in the last moment he channeled his chakra to his feet and jumped away, landing behind her. It is over, he said. You are within my divination field. 14. You're what? Asked Will, confused. She never heard something like that before, at least not in such a context. Neji didn't answer but took a stance. An arm was near his feet in the front, the other arm high on his back. Before Will could fly away, he started to attack. 2 palms. He hit her 2 times, causing her to wince in pain, but he didn't stop. 4 palms. She couldn't defend herself from this attack too. The rest of the attacks were the same. The pain she felt was immense. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Will had reached her limit of pain acceptance long ago and silently hoped he would be finished soon. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 15. After the 64 strikes had hit her, she flew a few feet away, landing harshly on her back, coughing blood. She felt that she transformed back to her normal self, but how? The heart was still active. You are wondering why you transformed from you pitiful self into your even more pitiful self, aren't you? Let me explain. With my last attack I closed the tenketsu in your body. The tenketsu are 361 holes in your body, smaller than a needle hole. And if you hit those you can stop the flow of chakra in your body, or in your case, the magic. Will's eyes widened. That's impossible. If they are so small as you say, that there is no way that you could hit them. Here you are wrong. I can see them with my Byakugan, and I can also see that you were beaten. Will stared at him, knowing that he was right. You know, by the way, that you must defeat me to help your friends. Will gulped and cursed her faith that her enemy had to be such a guy and that she couldn't help her friends after all. Meanwhile, in Meridian, Elion was alone in her chamber thinking about the last days. Phobos has been freed by unknown people, most likely ninjas. Caleb and a few of his men were ambushed, with Caleb as the lone survivor, thanks to Matt and Huggles. And now the girls were back on Earth and still no trace from Phobos. The young queen sighed and looked out of the window, wishing for the peaceful times again. Suddenly she felt another presence in her room. She turned around to see a man, with silver hair, a mask covering his mouth and a forehead protector his left eye. He wore a green vest and a black uniform. Who are you? Asked Elion, her hands starting to glow. The man looked right in her eyes, completely ignoring the fact that Elion, Queen of Meridian and strongest known magical person at the moment, was about to attack him. Hitaki Kakashi. And so here the chapters ends, and I am sure that there are some questions. At least there should some, or else I would have done a poor job winking face. Anyways, here is the attack description. For those who want to read more, I mostly orientated myself on the Wikipedia entries of Naruto. If you already know much about the attacks, then you should only read number 1. I could make up a Japanese name for making folds, but I am a lazy person, so this will come without a fancy name. It basically opens a fold, but it consumes a lot of chakra. more than one person has, so they need several persons in nearly an hour time. Kei's no Yaiba, it creates a blade of wind, which can't be blocked with solid things. Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique. The user changes places with a nearly object like a log or a bin. Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique. With this technique the user moves incredibly fast for a short distance, making it look like teleportation. The greater the distance the more chakra is required. Henge no Jutsu, transformation technique. Actually the same as the glamour spell. The user transforms into someone or something else. Kakaichu no Jutsu, destruction bug host technique. The Aburame clan members offer their bodies to the insects as a place to live since they were babies. As exchange they can command the bugs with their will, using them to drain chakra from their enemies. Kageme no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique. This is a move only the members of the Nara clan can use. By using their own shadow, stretching it, changing its form or connecting it to other shadows, to increase his reach, they try to grab the shadow of the enemy. Once this is achieved the enemy has to copy the movements of the user of this technique, unable to move. Baika no Jutsu, multi-size technique. A technique only Akamichi clan members can use. This technique increases the user's body size by converting calories into chakra. Nikuden Sensha, human bullet tank. Also an Akamichi clan technique. By tucking their limbs inside their body after using multi-size technique, they are now a giant human ball, and by using their chakra they roll with high speed and spin, crushing most in their way. Byakugan White Eye. A bloodline limit, like the Sharingan, but the Hyuga clan only you have a 360 degree of vision, except a small point on the user's neck, and the user can look extremely wide. It can see through nearly everything. It is more precise than any microscope, being able to see the tenketsu of the chakra circulating system. Ninpo. Shinrenshin no Jutsu, mind-body disturbance technique. Another clan move, but this time from the Yamanaka clan. The user of this technique can control the body of the opponent, but he has to hold the needed seal, being not able to do anything else in that moment. Juken, gentle fist. A technique developed and used by the Hyuga clan. The user emits chakra from his hands, or another part of the body, pushing it into the enemy's body and destroying the chakra circulation system and internal organs. Because you are not able to train your organs, no matter how strong or powerful you are, this strike will still cause extreme damage to you. Hakesho Kaden. 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin. A Hyuga clan technique. By emitting chakra from all chakra points and spinning around the user creates a shield of chakra, an ultimate defense technique. Hake, divination field. The range of the attacks or the Hyuga are lying within the hake. Hake Rokuhuion Sho. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. The user, a Hyuga, attacks and closes the tenketsu of the opponent, disabling him or her from using chakra or magic. I am sorry about the length of this explanation, but I won't explain those moves again, so don't worry. First, sorry it took me so long to write the 3rd chapter, but I was out of town twice. First for 4 days to Strasbourg and a few days later for a week to Italy in a class trip, so I hadn't that much time to write. But I hope that you will enjoy this chapter. Ariana T. and Alexis Kia. Thank you for your reviews, I am glad that you liked it. Dark Inu 418. Thank you, and yeah, it is playing during the time skip and Sakura and Naruto won't make an entrance anytime soon. Sabaku no Yumi. I am glad that there are less mistakes now, but unfortunately there will be always some. There will be more of the Rookie 9 to see during this story, but I don't plan to let them appear at once. But I can promise you that Naruto will amaze Meridian winking face. Joe of the Furlings. Thank you for the review, and like I said above, it will take time. Daydreamer 9. Thank you, and I will try, promise smiley face. Guardian's Light. I really tried to find all the mistakes and I appreciated that you liked it. I hope there won't be as much mistakes in this chapter too, but like always I am pretty sure this won't be the case. So I hope you will like the fight between them, have fun reading. I do really hope to find a beta reader for my story. As you see, the English language is not something I am completely safe in it, even my German grammar is not that good, so it would be nice to have someone who could help me with it. Disclaimer. I do not own any original characters, techniques, places, names, objects of Naruto and WITCH, and I don't intend to make money with it, not that I could anyways. A friendship founded on business is better than a business founded on friendship. John D. Rockefeller. Elion was looking closely at the white-haired man, watching for every eventually move. He had introduced himself as Hitaki Kakashi, but the name didn't ring any bells. She narrowed her eyes and the glow of her hands increased. "Why are you here?" she hissed, preparing herself for an assault. The adult ninja didn't answer but stared at her seriously with his one eye. Slowly he lifted his hand to his forehead protector, which covered his left eye. Will was still lying on the ground, staring at Neji fearfully. She felt like the time before she was a guardian. No power in her, no magic. In other words, helpless. "I see you finally accepted your defeat." Will couldn't answer. The pain she felt was too much for her to handle. In her whole life she hadn't felt that much before. "This is the end." Neji started walking towards her, his Byakugan still activated. "For you and for your friends." Hearing that her friends were probably in the same situation as she, her look became determined again. Knowing that it was her responsibility to give her friends their rightful powers, she had to help them. She was the leader after all, the one who was chosen by the Oracle to carry the heart of Kandrakar. She couldn't lose here, not to him and not in this condition. "You are starting to get on my nerves, pale eyes." Neji smirked. "Petty insults aren't going to save your friends, or you for that matter." "You are right," said Will, getting on her feet, glaring at Neji. She took out the heart and held it in front of her. This will. With all her concentration, all her belief in the power of the heart and in her friends, she shouted, "Guardians unite!" What the hell? The Jonin of the hidden village in the Leafs saw now for the second time someone with his tenketsu closed regaining her magic. Out of the herd magic waves were coming, forcing themselves into the Guardian and opening all closed tenketsu. But this wasn't all. 4 orbs, each having a different color, were shooting out, disappearing in the horizon. In front of him was Will, once again in her guardian form. All the bruises seemed to be disappeared and she had so much chakra, magic, that Neji shuddered. That much chakra is not natural, it is on the same level as Naruto's. "Where is that confident smile of yours?" asked Will. Electricity now collecting in her hands. "It seemed to have left you, together with your big mouth." Before Neji could react, she rose to the sky, putting a safe distance between her and the ninja, now knowing that she shouldn't be too close to him. A lightning bolt came out of her palms, aiming directly at Neji, and again he blocked it with Kaden. "That was too close. I can't use the heavenly spin too often." While Neji was thinking about a way to defeat his opponent, Will did the only thing she could think of. Firing as many lightning bolts she was capable of, hoping to eventually hit him with one and so finishing the match. Irma was still staring at Shino and his bugs, which were flying around him. The young water guardian knew that she was no real match for her opponent at this state, not unless she would be going guardian, which was not an option at the moment. Seeing those bugs slowly surrounding her was making her feel concerned. Nobody likes it that their energy would be drained. Even more if the energy was drained by bugs. "You can still give up," suggested Shino in his normal emotionless voice. "So can you. You can't possibly think that you are able to defeat me and my bugs at the same time. You have to concentrate on one of us. If you start to attack the bugs with those water techniques of yours, I will attack you. On the other hand, if you attack me, my little friends will finish you off." While looking at the bugs and thinking about how he controlled them with his will, Irma got an idea. "I hope you don't mind sharing your bugs?" mocked Irma one last time before starting to concentrate on her second ability, mind control. Nearly half of Shino's allies separated themselves from their current formation and started to attack the other bugs, and a battle of insects started, right above their heads. Shino was impressed. He knew that in her current form she was not powerful enough to control someone like him. He doubted that she could even do that in her guardian form, but he had never thought that she would use her powers on his insects. While Irma was only capable of influencing single humans in her normal form, she had no trouble take over the insects. Their brains were smaller and less complex than the brains of humans. You live up to your reputation, Water Guardian. Flattering won't help you, smirked Irma, looking a bit tired. Even though she was controlling only insects, she was controlling a huge amount of them, and it took nearly all her power and concentration to maintain the control. I see you are reaching your limit, heard Irma Shino's emotionless voice, and even if she didn't like what he said, she knew that it was true. More and more bugs slipped from her control, her little army of insects becoming smaller and smaller like her hopes to win this fight. Sweat was now covering nearly her whole body, but unfortunately it would be not the only thing. After the most bugs were freed, they started to land and slowly crawl up her body, covering more and more of her and starting to drain her energy. Irma wanted to scream, wanted to wash them away like everything else so far, but she couldn't. She used up most of her concentration for the insects, and now she couldn't use her elemental powers over water because of them. I can't lose here, I can't lose here. I have to help my friends. Shino, knowing that he had won, felt that his allies were suddenly afraid. He looked up to the sky to see a blue orb coming with a rapid speed at them, nearing with every second until it hit Irma and she transformed into her guardian form. For the young girl, it was like breathing again after holding the air for a few minutes. Energy, magic and power was flowing again through her, making her feel invincible and safe. The bugs, who were still draining on her energy, were only a nuisance now. After all, she was provided with limitless energy from her Oromir. Those small little pests were harmless to her now, unless they were able to do other things. But that didn't mean she was comfortable with having them on her body. Water erupted around her, washing all the bugs away from her, causing a huge wave nearly hitting Shino, who could just jump away in time. Irma, not losing any time, aimed at him and shot a huge stream of water. The bug user reacted immediately and held up his hands. More bugs crawled out and formed a wall to hold off the water. It was a useless attempt. The water hit the wall off insects with such a force that it looked like regular water hitting regular insects, and Shino was thrown against the wall, and before he could adapt to the situation, a small whirlpool appeared around him. Aburame Shino was trapped in a cage of water, disabled to use his bugs any further. I hope you are going to change your opinion, buddy, but for me it looks like you lose. Shino didn't respond, but made a hand seal and disappeared from the center and came out in front of Irma. The bugs came back from all directions, crawling back into Shino and returning to their sanctuary. What? Do you want more? Glared Irma, water surrounding her hands. Shino simply shook his head. There is no need to continue this battle. You have too much energy in your guardian form, and if my next attacks should have any effect, I would have to attack you with a killing intent. Irma raised an eyebrow. You mean like the whole time? The whole time I was merely testing your powers and abilities, but after I have done that I can fulfill my other orders as well. He bowed, which was a real surprise for Irma. None of her enemies she had defeated before had ever done that. Instead, they all vowed to get her back or shouted to kill her in her sleep and all that crap. Irma-sama, I am a ninja from the village hidden in the leaves, and I am here to protect and to help you to defeat Phobos and all the sound ninja who came for his help. To say Irma was a bit perplexed was like saying the sun is a bit hot or the game Zelda, Ocarina of Time was a slightly good game. It was a really big understatement. You are what to do what? Shino frowned. He didn't like to repeat things over and over, and he had the feeling that this girl would want a lot of explaining. Tyranny was still not able to move. She realized fast that all her efforts to move her body were in vain. On the other hand, she was doing the very same movement the boy with the bored expression was doing. What have you done to me? Did you bind me with your shadow? Exactly, now you have to copy every single one of my movements. There is no way to break my shadow imitation but through great brute force, something you don't have in your current state. You are awfully well informed about me, hissed Tyranny angrily. You have to be in these times or you will die, replied the lazy ninja, still staring at her. The young fire guardian was shocked. She had lost without an actual fight. Her opponent knew that her fire attacks were not strong or fast enough to danger him, but they would let his shadow grow. Tyranny felt helpless. Not even Narissa or Phobos or any other enemy had defeated her this easy. But there is a chance, thought Tyranny. If she could create some fire, she would be able to control it only with her mind. The problem was, she had never tried to do it without her hands. Concentrating all her mystical powers in her left hand, she managed to create a small flame. The result surprised not only Terani but Shikamaru as well. He was amazed. Shikamaru knew that magic users didn't need hand seals and in most cases phrases to use their arcane powers, but they still needed some movements, even if it was only a wave with the hand. And yet this girl, who had her powers only for a year, created fire with only her will alone. It was like someone who was only training to be a ninja for a year to use S-level jutsu, and she wasn't even transformed. The young genius was truly impressed. If her control over fire was that strong in her current, weakened state, how big would it be once she had access to her full powers? I must admit that you show some skill here, but this fireball is useless. Tried Shikamaru to lower her spirits again. Terani smirked. You should know that nobody can bind fire. Suddenly the flame left her hand and flew towards Shikamaru's face. The nearer it came, the bigger it became. It was impossible to block, so it left one thing. With a jump saved the boy of the Nara clan himself, but like most things in life, this came with a prize, and the prize was that he had to cancel his shadow imitation technique. Terani was exhausted, and the price she had to pay for that attack was nearly all of her magical energy. To use any further arcane, she had to drain her life force, which would shorten her lifespan and would put her in more danger than this fight. She wasn't the most beautiful girl out there, neither was she someone who paid much attention to her looks, but she had no desire to look like Narissa anytime soon. Shikamaru had noticed the signs of lacking energy and tiredness, and he knew that she was now in his mercy. She was a troublesome opponent, but if this was all she got, she will need a lot of training. His thoughts were interrupted by the red orb, which hit the girl and transformed her in a more mature and fairy-like state. This can't be good, muttered the ninja. You can bet on it, grinned Terani, now more powerful than ever. You can prepare yourself. Without losing any time, he formed once again the rat seal, and his shadow began to grow towards the guardian. This again? You should be more original, taunted Terani, and jumped out of reach. But still, does my transformation changes anything? I can't fly, I will still have a shadow, and if he manages to grab me I will fall, and I can't fly high enough to shrink the shadow. Other people would be able to see me. My fire attacks are only increasing the shadows, so I can only use them to a small extent. Shikamaru smiled when he saw her thoughts on her face. I know what you are thinking, and you see that it is only a matter of time that I will get you. Once my shadow catches you, it will be the end for you. You make it sound like it will be so easy, growled Terani. Even though he didn't show it, he was still concerned about his fight. Actually, there is still a way for her to win. Let's see if she can figure it out. Unfortunately for him, Terani did figure it out. Now hurling fireballs in the right moments, she managed to have a very slight control over the shadows of the surrounding objects and her own. Every time Shikamaru's shadow was about to capture hers or using another one to increase his lengths, a fireball would let the shadow change his direction. While both were in deep concentration, Terani created a ring of fire around Shikamaru and charged a really great fireball and shot it right at him. It hit him right on the head, and after a puff there was only a burned log. Behind her was Shikamaru, and he had a tired expression. Guess that's it, bothersome woman. The fight ends here. You showed what you got and I am nearly out of chakra. Out of what? Thought Terani, still suspicious what he was up to. You managed it quite good against me, even though I am not a really strong fighter, and you transformed without a logical explanation. Your friend was a few kilometers away after all. But still good job, he said in a bored voice, putting his hands into his pockets. Who the hell are you? Asked Terani, perplexed. Shikamaru yawned. Nara Shikamaru, Chunin of the village hidden in the leaves, and one of your protectors and helpers in the troublesome task of defeating Phobos. Unfortunately, I was assigned to this mission. Terani simply stared dumbfounded at the boy in front of her, who seemed to forget her and stared at the sky. Cornelia was still eyeing the boy in front of her, careful so he could not catch her off guard. With concentration, she let a few bins behind the boy levitate and fly at him, but he simply made himself round again and the bins bounced off. Is that all you can do? Asked Choji. And here I thought the guardians would be strong. You will see, responded Cornelia, while preparing herself again. Choji started to attack, and rolled directly at Cornelia, who reacted perhaps the fastest in her whole life. With an immense concentration she made a ramp of earth so that Choji had no other choice but to jump over her, right into the other wall, which crashed down like the wall before. After Choji walked out of the mess and chuckled. That was some quick thinking there. I am not finished yet. Again ranks came out of the ground, but this time far more than the other time, and in a matter of seconds Choji was unable to move. I got you now, smiled Cornelia. You should never mess with a guardian, fatty. This was the last straw. Choji's face became red with anger and he shouted. Partial multi-size technique. 1. His right arm became really big and freed him from the ranks, and he managed to grab Cornelia and lift her, threatening to crush her with his fist. Big-boned people rule, hooray. I am beaten by someone who wears his underwear on his head. You got to be kidding me, sighed Cornelia, but suddenly she saw a green orb coming at her. She smirked. I am sorry to disappoint you, but this is so not over. The orb hit her and Cornelia. The Earth Guardian was there again. With telekinesis she was able to open the fist of Choji and free herself, and now she was flying above him, while he was watching her, waiting for an opening to attack. Ready for round 2? Asked the blonde girl, and with a wave of her hand several rocks lifted from the ground and started to fly towards Choji. The big-boned ninja managed to avoid them or used his multi-size technique to destroy the larger ones. After a few minutes really big ranks came out of the ground and tied him up, making it impossible to move, and rocks were floating over him, threatening to crush Choji. It is over, you have lost. Now you can go back to Phobos for whom you work and tell him to sod off. Choji didn't respond, but with letting all 4 limbs grow immensely and forcing the last bit chakra into them, he managed to free himself and smiled at Cornelia. 2. We can quit fighting, you have proven your skill, said Choji, while opening a new bag of chips. I am not working for Phobos. It is quite the contrary. I am here to help you getting him back to jail. Choji Akamichi from Konoha, at your service, Cornelia-sama. Not really impressed by the fact that he was going to help her and her friends and totally not interested in his abnormal attacks, she asked him another thing what was on her mind. What does this sama mean? It is a suffix and equivalent to master in your language. This oracle guy gave us some translating spells to understand your language. As a guardian and our superior, it is the polite thing to do. Cornelia didn't listen to the second part of his explanation and smirked while Choji was munching chips. Mistress Cornelia has sure a nice ring to the ears. Heilin was still eyeing the strange girl, with the strange eyes in the strange stance. Not that she had the right to call anything strange, since she herself was not completely normal, but this was the word she saw most fitting. Heilin had found out that the girl could not only see invisible things with those eyes but had a 360-degree vision too. Those eyes were totally cool. Too bad her opponent had them, and there was no way for Heilin to attack her without the attack being seen. The Air Guardian really wished she had something like that eyes, but for now she had to concentrate on that fight. She wasn't in a really good position. While not in her guardian form, she was the weakest of the 5, but transformed, she could do some really awesome things with Irma. Unfortunately, Irma wasn't here. But then she saw something, which could eventually replace Irma in this moment. With a good aimed breeze she let a bottle of water flew in her hands and hurled it right at the feet of Hinata. The bottle broke and water flew over her feet, and in this moment Heilin blew some cold wind to freeze it. Now Hyuga Hinata was frozen to the ground, unable to change her position. Wow, that actually worked, said Heilin, surprised. It worked, but only for 5 seconds. While not being a prodigy like her cousin Neji or her littler sister Hanabi, her control over chakra was still a lot better than that of an average shinobi. So she let chakra out of her whole legs and feet to break the ice. Wow, that was pretty cool. Odd Heilin. Hinata blushed when she heard the girl, a guardian nonetheless, being impressed by her simple inferior Juken attacks. Thank you. She stuttered, but I still have to beat you, yo, you know? Heilin gulped. Hinata prepared herself, muttered an apology and charged again at the girl. Heilin could barely avoid the first hit, but the second strike hit her right into the stomach. Not wanting to seriously hurt her, Hinata didn't push any chakra into her but used only simple strikes with her palms, but they were more than enough for Heilin to handle. Using the wind in the right times, she either slowed Hinata down or made herself faster, sometimes even both. But now things started to get worse. She didn't have the stamina of Hinata and got tired. Now not able to avoid the strikes, she was hit several times, before she fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Hinata was now looking really sorry to hurt the girl that much. She wasn't even an enemy, and yet it was an order. Suddenly, through the window a white-blue orb came in and hit Lin, changing her into the guardian mode. Now taller, more mature, and with all the bruises gone, Lin was ready for the real battle to start. With a strong wind burst, she hit the pale-eyed girl and sent her against the wall. Hinata get up fast and charged at Lin, avoiding all wind blast. Flying was no use now. She was only in a cellar room and she wasn't as agile as the girl in front of her, so she did the only thing she could think of. She breathed deep and blew so hard that it affected the whole room, giving no place to escape. The cold air hit Hinata, sending her flying around the room and hitting against the walls. After 2 minutes the wind became weaker until it completely stopped. Hinata was still able to move, but was not in her best condition either. Still, she was used worst and could continue the battle, but she didn't need to. The Guardian had passed the test. She stood up once again and smiled shyly. "Why, you passed the test, Lin-sama. I, Hyuga Hinata from Konoha, have been sent to assist you and your friends in the task of capturing Phobos," said Hinata. Lin looked in awe at her. "Wow, I mean great, so does it means we are friends now?" Hinata blushed and nodded. Lin smiled widely and jumped in joy. "I passed a test and get a new friend. If I only could figure out what else is going on, I would be really happy." Matt was staring in disbelief at the blonde girl sitting in the branch above him. Of course she couldn't read his expression because of his golden mask, but still she might know of his body language. "So you give up, or what?" asked Ino, slightly bored. "Those handcuffs are made to hold ninjas in line, so you can't break them with brute force. At least not while you are in this position." Matt growled. "Then I have to use something else, don't I?" He transformed back to his normal state and brushed the handcuffs off, now being too big for him. Ino reacted immediately and jumped down, trying to kick him. Matt managed to avoid being hit critically, but he was kicked in the right arm, which was more than enough to knock him from his feet. "Come on. Is this all a rain of earth can do?" teased Ino, now being extremely content to get her revenge. She hadn't forgotten the comment yet. Shikamaru and Choji knew how long Yamanaka Ino could hold a grudge. Matt transformed again and stood up. "You know you fight very good," he paused and added with his most intimidating Shagan voice. "For a girl, that is." Now he had done it, Ino was extremely pissed off. "Bastard, I'll show you." She grabbed a few shuriken and threw them, but Matt simply shot them with a green blast. But Ino had already moved. Now her hand blurred while doing seals and she disappeared. Matt looked around, hoping to find her, but suddenly a tree grew behind him, and before he could react, roots and branches had bound him, making it impossible for him to move. From the sides of his eyes he could see Ino coming out of the tree, with a kunai in her hand. She leaned forward and whispered into his ear. "Demonic illusion. Tree-bind death. 3. He had never heard of this technique, but in the 5 seconds Matt had experienced this gave him enough insight to say that this was nothing good, especially the part with death. He couldn't move, was bound to a tree, and a psychotic girl, one he had personally pissed off, grew half out of a tree and was holding a knife at his throat. But Matt was a regent of Earth and a warrior at heart. He had faced countless dangers, so he wasn't afraid, at least he shouldn't. But he was scarred, really scarred. That girl was really bad news. "How about we call it a truce?" suggested Matt, trying not to sound too scarred. Of course he had not such luck. "So you are afraid of a helpless girl?" asked Ino, moving the kunai closer to his throat. "You can't move, you can't fight, with all the powers you possess, you can't defeat me, an ordinary girl. Makes you feel weak, huh? Useless. Unworthy. And tell you what, that's what you are." Matt gulped, not liking what he was hearing, but a not so small part of him said that this was actually true. "You are holding 1/3 of the most powerful magical source of Earth, and yet you can't dispel a simple genjutsu. Truly pitiful indeed." What is a genjutsu?" asked Matt, now really doubting himself. "Now, where would be the fun, if I tell you? You have to figure out that one by yourself. If you can manage it in 10 seconds, that is." Matt nearly panicked, but suddenly he heard a voice inside of his head. A voice he had hoped never to hear again. Illusion. A genjutsu is an illusion, you fool. Ignoring the fact that it was the voice of the person he detested at most, he took the advice. By emitting magical energy, he was suddenly able to move, and with an elbow strike he managed to free himself. Ah, so you managed it. Truly impressive. She put away her kunai and smiled. Even though I would love to continue our little fight, there is no need to do it. You managed to get out of a high-level genjutsu and you nearly hold your ground against me. Matt, now being able to think clearly again, transformed back to his normal self and looked insulted. Nearly? I totally beat you. Ino ignored him. Anyways, I am here with my friends to protect you and help to defeat this Phobos guy, before he becomes too powerful with the help of Orochimaru. So you come here to help me by beating the crap out of me? Asked Matt in disbelief. Yeah. Stated Ino happily, like it was the most logical answer. It helped us to see your fighting level. We can plan our strategies better, now that we know each other's talents, and it was fun to have an easy win. Matt's mood dropped really fast. I really don't like you. Neji was still avoiding those lightning bolts, but unlucky for him, Will was far from stopping. In the mid of the battle, she had used her powers to turn things alive, to use all the articles like banks to attack Neji, but it was impossible to catch him off guard. Every time something came from behind, he would jump or strike behind without looking. For Will, it seemed like he had eyes on his backs, but on the other hand, Will didn't know that with his Byakugan it was practically the same. So the Keeper of the Heart simply continued her assault at the genius, hoping that he wouldn't have time to attack her again. Fortunately for Will, Neji didn't intend to keep attacking her. After a last block with the heavenly spin, he simply stood there and looked into her eyes. There is no need to continue this fight, Guardian Sama. You have proven yourself. Hyuga Neji from the hidden village of the Leafs was sent here to help you and your friends in the task of defeating Phobos. Will had already some experience in this whole business with bad guys and good guys, and until now, this strange dude, who had introduced himself as Hyuga Neji, was defiantly a bad guy. Simply saying he wasn't was not nearly enough for Will to believe him. So she did the only logical thing to do, continue her attack. The lightning bolt nearly hit Neji, who could barely avoid it. Now things didn't look so good for him. Will was maybe only a bit sore, but her energy was near limitless, at least as long as she had the heart, and she was able to fly and attack him while staying of range. For a close-range fighter, a long-range one was always a difficult one. On the top of that, his Charka reserves were nearly empty. To use the heavenly spin that much was a risky move. Sure, it saves you from nearly anything, and Neji wasn't someone with low Charka capacities, but his weren't nearly as big as Naruto's, and even he can't go around and use that technique the whole day, probably. So now, where she didn't listen to him, there was only a way for him to get her listening to him, and that was knocking her out. Now the prized question was how to do it. She was flying. This was certainly a problem, one he could solve. So he did the one thing he could think of. Taking an example of his good friend Lee, he charged right at Will, avoiding all electricity, and after collecting a good amount of Charka in his legs, he jumped so high, he was on a level with Will. The redhead didn't think someone could jump so high, and the only thing which saved her was the heart, who generated a pink wall to defend her from the strike which would have hit her in the stomach. Will was extremely pleased to see the heart of Kandrakar defending her like earlier when she was new in this business. The whole thing with Narissa had made her a bit uncomfortable to use the heart to other things than opening folds or transforming her friends, but at times like these she remembered how powerful this artifact really was. Neji was having similar thoughts about the heart. Knowing that it couldn't be taken with brute force, there wasn't any other way for him. A complicated and high-level genjutsu, which was required to do this task, was not something he could do. If I can't defeat a girl who can't really control her powers and is rather new to fighting, I should spend more time training, thought Neji, when he looked again at Will, who was smiling smugly at him. Is that all you have, pale eyes? You didn't really think I would buy that lie, did you? Shouted Will, enjoying the fact that she was once again on the top. Neji didn't bother to respond. He knew that she wouldn't believe a word he would say. It was all written over her face. She was determined to defeat him, and there was no way around. So he grabbed in his bag and took out a few shuriken, still not sure to use them. Tsunade-sama would obliterate him if he accidentally killed her, and he was pretty sure that her friends wouldn't take this well too. Neji wasn't someone who was afraid of much things, but a pissed-off Tsunade surely belonged to them. So he put them back and cursed his luck and fate to have to fight. "I am really on your side, this was only a challenge to test your skills," he tried to convince her. "Yeah, so take this as a challenge as well. Enough is enough." Neji started a last attempt to knock her out and explain it to her, but suddenly he couldn't move. What the hell? Will had problems as well when her body suddenly didn't obey her anymore and she slowly landed next to Neji, who was unable to move. Strangely, his shadow was much longer than normal and went all the way back to another group of persons. "Shadow imitation technique is a success," said a bored voice, and the voice of a girl immediately followed. "Mind-body disturbance technique is a success as well." She heard Terani's voice as she landed next to her, and Ino released her technique. "They are really on our side. They proved that they were sent by the Oracle, look." She held a coin with the symbol of Kandrakar on it. Will relaxed and saw Matt running towards her. "Are you alright?" Will nodded and hugged him. "Yeah, everything is fine." She looked to the other and saw the rest of the group approaching. "And you are?" Outside, in the Hugong fields, two sides were finally meeting. Event the Wind seemed to be curious as it stopped the second Phobos, Prince of Meridian and Tyrant entered the field together with Kabuto and Sasuke. Orochimaru was awaiting him, along with his man, each of them looking at the prince curiously. "Phobos-kun." He greeted him with a nod. "Orochimaru, it has been a long time." "Well, you seem to be occupied," replied Orochimaru smugly. "You sure took your time to free me," said Phobos, narrowing his eyes, but Orochimaru just chuckled. "It was not an easy thing to open a fold to Meridian, it takes quite the preparations." Phobos didn't respond. Instead, with a swift of his arm, sand came out of his hand, forming the siring pool. Inside of it the castle of Elion appeared. "Under the castle there is the prison where my faithful servants are waiting to be freed. With the speed of your ninjas we should make it in one day." Orochimaru wasn't pleased with the situation. Phobos was here for a few minutes and was already ordering him around. "Perhaps we should take a bit more time for preparing ourselves. We are exhausted and need some rest." Phobos ignored him. "You can rest after we have freed my army. If the Guardians found us now, our adventure would have a fast ending." Then Phobos smirked at Orochimaru. "Of course you are still free to voice your opinion." The leader of the Sound Village didn't take this chance, knowing too well that Phobos was a far too mighty opponent to anger now. If he had been only a bit weaker, but strangely he was at a higher power level than he expected. He glanced at Kabuto but was unable to read through the boy, like always. Orochimaru smiled again. This was the thing what amused him most about Kabuto, the fact that he was completely unpredictable. Did he let him recover so fast, so he, Orochimaru, couldn't take over Phobos anytime soon? This was bound to be interesting. "We should leave in an hour, we have to make the necessary preparations." "Very well," agreed Phobos and turned around. He walked to the next tree and with a wave of his hand the tree was rooted out, formed to some kind of chair and placed in front of Phobos. "You can begin with your preparations," said Phobos and sat down. Everybody was silent, but after a nod of Orochimaru the ninjas started to prepare themselves. Kabuto walked to Orochimaru and gave him a short report, explaining the events and surroundings of the palace and prison. "Good work, Kabuto. Once again you didn't make me regret my trust in you," said Orochimaru, eyeing Kabuto closely. The white-haired teen adjusted his glasses. "You are giving me too much credit, Orochimaru-sama. So you say the Sharingan can't copy magic? Interesting, very interesting indeed." He looked shortly at Sasuke, who was sitting on a Hugong egg, eating a small meal. "You can rest now. When you are ready I have a small mission for you." Elion watched closely when Kakashi reached his forehead protector and adjusted it, so as sat correctly. He smiled. "I was sent by the Oracle to protect and serve you, Elion-sama." To prove his words, he showed a coin with the symbol of Kandrakar. The Queen of Meridian was relieved to find out that the intruder was not an enemy. "But still," started Kakashi, now looking serious again. I have to attack you, to test your strength. I will not hold back, and I would suggest that you should follow my example. It may lead to your death if you don't give 100%. And before Elion could react, Kakashi took out a few kunai and threw them right at Elion, who was fast enough to stop them in mid-air. Why are you doing this? Asked Elion, unsure with the situation. I do not wish to harm you. Kakashi chuckled coldly and looked right in her eyes. You couldn't if you tried, little girl. Elion was a girl who could not be angered fast and saw always the good in people. She was a fair ruler and was used to unhappy and rude people and learned to live with it. But being underestimated by this weird guy, she couldn't bear it. Suddenly a sword was on Kakashi's neck, threatening to slit his throat any second. Don't touch Queen Elion with your filthy little hands, bastard, hissed Caleb, who had heard the last part of the conversation. Kakashi turned slowly around to look at the young boy, who had led a rebellion with no significant power to victory. What are you doing, kid? Do you really think you can harm me with a sword? Are you trying to fool me? Do you think I am that weak? Caleb didn't say anything but stayed at his place, still watching every move of the intruder closely, ready to kill him. Suddenly Kakashi tried to grab his kunai with high speed but was still not fast enough. Caleb reacted immediately and slit the throat of the silver-haired man. But instead of blood, water came out of the wound and the ninja turned to a puddle of water. 4. What was that? Asked Caleb, still looking around. Was he a water spirit? Suddenly he felt a cold blade against his neck and heard Kakashi's voice. Not quite. Caleb cursed his foolishness to let his guard down so fast, but this time he was saved by Elion, who shot a white beam at Caleb. Now Caleb was surrounded by a white aura, disabling Kakashi with the task of holding him. Now Caleb and Elion were standing in front of Kakashi, once again reached for his forehead protector, but this time he revealed his Sharingan eye, which shocked the both Meridians. What kind of eye is that? Asked Caleb, still staring at the red eye with the tree black stripes. The eye started to wheel around, making Caleb feel dizzy. Caleb. He heard Elion. Don't look in his eye, it has hypnotic powers. She touched him on the shoulder, dispelling the effect of the eye. Then with a wave of her hand, silver clouds were steaming out, creating a wall between Kakashi and them. What an immense charka capacity. I didn't know that someone like that could exist. Kakashi was worried. After a look with his Sharingan, he got the knowledge that this girl was really powerful. Sure, he was warned by this oracle guy that Queen Elion was not someone to take lightly, but he didn't think that she would be that much of a threat. So he created a shadow clone and hid himself in the room, eyeing closely what would come next. 5. Elion was able to see through the smoke and created a bubble which caught the clone. Elion was happy that nobody was injured and the fight was over so fast, but Caleb was still suspicious. He had tricked them once with some kind of duplicate, he could do it again. Please, my queen, check if he is the right one. Elion understood immediately what he was saying, and inside the bubble a solid cloud hit Kakashi and this time disappeared in a puff. Damn, he fooled us again. Cursed Caleb, looking around again. Elion closed her eyes and summoned a white orb between her hands. After a few seconds it raised to the roof where it stood still. Kakashi decided that he waited long enough, but he didn't know what kind of ability this white orb had. He couldn't understand it like usual, so it was the best to have a sneak attack. He created another clone and he let it charge, to see what would happen. The second the clone was in sight, the orb shot an energy beam which hit the clone in the stomach, causing it to disappear. Kakashi eyed the orb closely. This was a dangerous thing indeed. Even though he was sure that he could avoid the beams, it would be better to destroy it. After making the seals for the body flicker techniques, he appeared behind Caleb and Elion and stated his attack. By positioning himself so that Elion and Caleb were between him and the orb, he gained a few seconds. So he kicked Caleb and managed to perform the necessary seals. While Caleb crashed into the wall, Elion managed to avoid the beam of the orb but was unable to disturb whatever Kakashi was doing. Suddenly a great fireball left his mouth, or better his mask, and Elion could only avoid it thanks to her ability of teleporting. Instead of her, the fireball hit the orb and destroyed it, leaving Kakashi enough time for his next attack. Rapidly he was performing seals again, but this time far more than earlier. Before Elion could react, the water in the small well raised and formed a dragon and was threatening to crush the young queen. 6. He has the control over the elements too. She managed to create a shield just in time to protect herself from the water, but when the sight was clear again, there was no trace of Kakashi. Then she heard a noise from the room next to hers, and when she teleported there, she saw Kakashi and Caleb in a hand-to-hand combat. Until now she thought of Caleb as the best fighter she knew and had always been sure that he could hold his ground against every enemy, no matter how powerful the opponent was. He had survived enemies like Phobos, Trekker, Cedric, Nerissa and Miranda, with nothing but his wits and experience he gained while fighting them his whole life. So it hurt her seeing him being toyed like that by Kakashi, who had a book in his hand and was reading it, while avoiding or blocking every single attack. Meanwhile, Caleb was beyond angry. He didn't train his whole life to fight just to be underestimated by a white-haired ninja who read a book. His blows became faster, his kicks harder, and he even used a trick he once learned from a pirate captain while he sailed on his ship for a few months when he had to find members for the rebellion. But even that was pointless, as the older man simply avoided the leg with a fast reaction, not looking up once. The man was able to see through his techniques and attacks and managed to avoid them perfectly, and Caleb knew that the fight was more a farce than a fight. The man could kill him any time, but he didn't play with him just to anger Caleb. It was to show the queen that he was a superior fighter, someone who could fight the best hand-to-hand fighter of Meridian and read a book at the same time. Caleb hated it, he absolutely hated it, but he had to continue. Even if he was just playing with him, he had to keep doing that so it would give his queen enough time to attack this ninja. Elion was mad as well. Caleb had become a dear friend and had risked his life countless times for the people of Meridian and the Guardians. He was the boyfriend of her best friend, and if there was something Elion didn't like, that was making fun of people precious to her. The ground under the feet of Kakashi began to shake and gave Caleb the opening he was looking for. He managed to land a strike with his right fist in the stomach of Kakashi, and to his horror this one vanished in smoke too. He had been fooled by a mere clone. Elion realized this as well and started to look around, hoping to find the ninja. Suddenly 2 hands came out of the ground, grabbed Caleb's feet and pulled him in the floor. 7. Now the only thing that was on the surface was Caleb's head, making it impossible for him to move. Kakashi appeared behind Caleb and looked at Elion, his left eye covered again by his forehead protector. He had decided to cover it again. It did allow him to react faster, by allowing him to see some of the attacks before, but he couldn't understand and copy them, and he was unable to hypnotize her, so it drained his energy nearly for nothing. So, I hope you will become serious now. If you are the best Meridian has to offer, I am really disappointed. Elion quickly raised her hand, letting ropes of energy coming out of her hand, which wrapped around Kakashi, disabling him to move. But his time Elion was still looking around. She knew that this was another one of his clones, but this was a game which could be played by 2. Suddenly the whole room was filled with Elions. The real Kakashi was hiding in the other room, from where he could see what was happening. After dispelling his clone, he immediately knew what the queen had done and revealed his Sharingan once again, hoping to see through the clones. After watching them for a few seconds, he was pretty sure that he had discovered the real one and prepared his next attack. After a few seals, electricity began to concentrate on his right arm, forming the 1000 birds, or the Chidori. 8. The one attack he invented himself. After a few seconds he stormed in the room, running through the images, causing them to vanish straight at the real queen who had just freed Caleb. Before Caleb could warn her, Elion had turned around and Kakashi's arm with the mysterious technique vanished, disturbing his attack and setting Kakashi in a state of shock. How the hell did she let my arm vanish? Any normal living being would have an emotional breakdown when one of their body parts would disappear like that, but the silver-haired man was not a ninja for nothing. He was used to loose body parts and he regained his clear thinking. Now things were looking really bad. He couldn't use any techniques and was unable to fight properly. He still didn't know how she let his arm disappear, but he was sure she could do it again anytime, so it was rather pointless to continue attacking her. He sighed and knew that he had lost, so he covered his Sharingan with his left hand and smiled at them. You passed the test, Your Highness. I must admit that I am very impressed, even though you still have to learn. Elion nodded slowly while Caleb was confused. Test? What test? I hope you will explain yourself now, said Elion, still looking angrily at Kakashi, who nodded slowly. With a wink of her hand, the arm he had lost reappeared, still with the charge technique, but the copy ninja simply stopped it and looked at them. It seems that I owe you an apology for attacking you, let me explain. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX was kind of hard to let Elion fight against Kakashi since the degree of Elion's power are relative unknown, but hey, this is why writing is that much fun. So here is once again the attack guide. Here is the attack description. For those who want to read more, I mostly orientated myself on the Wikipedia entries of Naruto. 1. Buben Baika no Jutsu, partial multi-size technique. The user can increase any part of the body. 2. Sho Baika no Jutsu, super multi-size technique. The user increases all parts of his body and everything they hold, making them to giants. 3. Magen Jubaku Satsu, demonic illusion. Tree bind death. The user vanishes from sight and the victim thinks a tree grows out behind him, trapping him. Then the user comes out of the tree and is able to kill the victim. Although the tree and the disappearing is an illusion, the user can kill the opponent. 4. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, water clone technique. The user creates a clone of water which has only 10% of user original power. The clone can only have a certain distance to the user. 5. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. The user creates a solid clone out of nothing who can take a few blows before disappearing. It can perform jutsus as well, and after being destroyed, all the knowledge it gained is given back to the user. 6. Suiten Suiryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon blast technique. The user forms dragon out of water which hits the enemy. 7. Doten Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, earth release, inner decapitation technique. The user emerges from the ground and pulls the opponent into the earth, leaving only his head on the surface. 8. Chidori, 1000 birds. The user collects charka, which turns into electricity in his arm, and after collecting he activates his body and charges with high speed at the opponent. A Sharingan is needed for this technique, otherwise the opponent could avoid it and the user wouldn't have time to adapt to the new situation. While running, this technique makes the sound of hundreds of birds. Joe of the Furlings and Dark Inu 418. Thank you for your reviews, but Naruto won't be there for the next few chapters. Sakura might appear before, but there defiantly won't be a romance between Sakura and Sasuke or Naruto. I am not really good in this stuff and you don't bug me with your questions. Feel free to ask winking face. Z Nadkaza. If you say so I will try alone for a while, but thanks for the offer anyways. Sasha. I am glad you liked it. Shiroi Misa. Now that's an interesting idea XD, thank you for your review. Guardian's Light. I am sorry to say this, but in UPM wasn't an address to a site, but thank you for your review winking face. Daydreamer 9. Hee, I am glad you enjoyed it. Well, you will see if some of your thoughts will come true. Here is the new chapter. Amaltray. Yeah, Phobos knows pretty much about Orochimaru. I will explain it in some point of the story. I hope you will like this chapter as well. So without many words, here is the next chapter. Disclaimer. I do not own any original characters, techniques, places, names, objects of Naruto and WITCH, and I don't intend to make money with it, not that I could anyways. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX better to lose some of the battles in the struggles for your dreams than to be defeated without ever knowing what you're fighting for. Paulo Coelho XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX point for the Guardians since their founding and even before Irma, Tyranny, Cornelia and Heylin met there on some occasions, and this time was not an exception. So let me sum this up, okay? Started while eyeing all 5 ninjas. You were sent by the Oracle, you know, the bold one, who always says, you will know when the time is right, to help us with your weird powers. This is correct. Confirmed Shino, while watching Ino talking with Cornelia. As a matter of fact, nearly the whole group was watching those 2 girls, who almost looked like twins, and if it not were for the clothing, you would think they were. Irma sat there with a confused look at her face and looked rapidly first at one of them and then at the other. Then she turned around, looking rather helpless. Please tell me, guys, which one of them is Corny? The Water Guardian pleaded, and the whole room burst out laughing. Save Shino and Neji of course, but the latter smirked at least while Shino was expressionless as always. But I still don't understand why you wanted to fight us while we were untransformed. I mean, it was clear we would have a great disadvantage, asked Tyranny, after everyone was serious again. Yes, you had a disadvantage, but this was exactly what we wanted to show you, answered Ino, looking right into Tyranny's eyes. You are not always next to Osama or even in the same world. You lot need to defend yourselves even when you are not transformed. Neji stepped forward. She is right, Tyranny-sama, and we have discussed the outcome of the match and every one of us has noticed the same thing. While you have an immense capacity of mystic energy, better known to you as magic, you still lack control. Hei Lin frowned. I thought we managed rather well until now. I mean, we were able to defeat Phobos and Nerissa and all of their goons. She turned to Matt and grinned apologetically. No offense there. Matt shrugged with the shoulders and scratched Huggles. None taken. Shikamaru shook his head and looked up. Yeah, until now, but against us you would have lost if we all would have come with the intention to kill. This also includes the situation after your transformation. He interrupted when Cornelia tried to speak. I will admit a few of us were already low on chakra after the battle, like Neji or me, but then again none of us fought the way they would encounter a real opponent. Irma glared at him. Now you want to say you took easy on us because we are weak? Damn troublesome woman. Now he had 5 more enemies and he really couldn't need them right now. How are you going to explain 5 girls that they had hardly enough training? No, you are not weak, you just don't use your powers to full potential. He turned to Tyranny. You proved excellent thinking back there when you used your fire to slightly control the shadows, but you could have put your powers to a much greater use. You were only throwing fireballs, but as the Fire Guardian you have absolute control about your element. All of you have, to be more creative, change the shape, make it hotter at times and not so hot at others. Use other mediums to combine it with your element, have a greater arsenal to use in your battles. Neji nodded. Simple, straight strikes with your elements will only help against opponents with either less skill or against opponents who are outnumbered but not against equals. In a one-on-one you lost against Nerissa, Phobos, the Knights of Destruction and us. Technically, interrupted Irma. We won all those encounters. Both ninjas simply looked at her, not bothering to answer. Well, while most of you can think, we know a few ways for you to increase your efficiency with your powers. We will teach you a few things you can do with chakra as well, but don't get your hopes up. Chakra and magic are 2 completely different things even though they have great similarities. Cool? Said Will with a small smile. So you came as some kind of trainers? Shikamaru cited. Well, you can say that. But other than that we are under your command, Will-sama. Stop there, buddy. First of all, cut this whole Sama thing. It totally freaks me out to be referred as some kind of queen. Well, you can still call me mistress, said Cornelia grinning, only to receive glares from the other 4 girls. Fine, let's have it your way, again. Choji, who had sat the whole time and munched chips, slowly raised. I think it is time for some of us to leave. Shikamaru looked up and nodded. Choji is right. Well, we have arranged a few teams. 4 of us will return to Meridian to help watch the borders or deal with the enemies. 2 will stay here, help you with your training and guard you if necessary. The lazy ninja looked at Neji, signaling him to continue. Hinata-sama, Choji, Shino and myself will leave to Meridian while Ino and Shikamaru will stay here, supervising your training and be responsible for your safety. Neji walked slowly to his 3 companions and nodded, signaling them that he was ready. We will meet again, Guardians. Shikamaru, Ino, don't let your guard down. Shikamaru snorted and leaned back while Ino waved cheerily. Bye Hinata-chan. Bye Choji-kun. Bye Shino-san. Bye arrogant ass. The arrogant ass gave her a last glare while most in the room were chuckling and the 4 shinobi disappeared in a whirl of leaves. Nice leaving the scene move. Do you think we could learn that? Odd Irma. Nah, don't think so. They told us we were not able to pull off all their moves, answered Tyranny while turning to Shikamaru and Ino. So where will you 2 stay in the meantime? The others will have place enough in the palace, but you. We will search a nice spot which is relative near to all of your houses and there we will spend a few troublesome nights. Don't get your hopes up, Shikamaru, grinned Ino. I am not that kind of girl. Hei Lin, Irma and Matt burst out laughing while the others snickered and Shikamaru looked startled, surprised how she managed to turn their mission briefing into a farce with only one sentence. "Troublesome woman, you know what I meant." He turned around and closed his eyes to get some sleep, knowing that he would be not able to get much, after all he had to patrol the night around the city. "You know that we can take care of ourselves," said Cornelia. "I mean we so don't need some babysitters lurking around." "Yeah, we got that part covered by our parents, remember?" Eno shrugged and threw a scroll at Irma, who had spoken last. "There are our orders, we will follow them, and if you try to interfere we will have to be more strict." She turned to Cornelia, smiling widely. "Except on you, someone as gorgeous as you shouldn't be punished, don't you agree?" Cornelia had the same grin on her face and shook her hand. "I see we two will perfectly get along, after all we have nearly the same beauty." Irma moaned. "Great, that's exactly what we need, another corny." Meanwhile Shikamaru was grinning slightly. They had no idea what Eno was like. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX which once served as a hiding point for the rebellion. The sound shinobi were gathered in small groups while Phobos was looking wishfully at the palace. Soon enough it will be mine again. This world will be mine to rule. Outside of the cave, Sasuke, Orochimaru and Kabuto were standing on a tree and Orochimaru was giving his last instructions. Did you understand your mission, Kabuto? The medical genius nodded and disappeared in the darkness of the night, leaving both traders of the Hidden Leaf Village alone. The leader and founder of the Sound turned to his most prized student. Like I promised, here is your sword of Kusanagi, Sasuke-kun. I am sure you will put it into good use. HMPH. Sasuke took the sword wordlessly, strapped it onto the back of his belt, making it easy to grab it. So this is as powerful as yours? Orochimaru licked his lips with his unusually long and snake-like tongue. Not quite, after all I obtained the very first sword of Kusanagi. While there is for each sword type a Kusanagi, they are not as powerful as the original. Still, they have far more power than most of the other swords, but I believe you will discover the benefits and advantages of that sword soon enough. Sasuke looked skeptically. We will see. That we will, and now I would suggest that you should get some sleep. We will attack the prison in 4 hours. Again Sasuke didn't answer but looked right into his eyes. You said you would teach me that technique. Teach it now. I will need it if I have to fight the likes of him. Orochimaru knew that he meant Phobos and was amused. So his container holds already a grudge against the prince. How very interesting. Are you frightened, Sasuke-kun? Asked Orochimaru gleefully. Do you doubt your skills? Sasuke only narrowed his eyes and jumped from the tree, put his hands into his pockets and walked slowly back to the cave. Orochimaru watched the youngest Uchiha disappearing in the cave and chuckled. It was so easy to mess with this kid. Since he had the cursed seal, his personality was changing and not for the better. He may have become a much better fighter, but his common sense and mental state was not really good. It seemed that his fighting capacities were growing, but his mind was becoming younger and more childish. Although Kabuto had warned him about the side effects the level 2 of the cursed seal could have on a 13-year-old boy, he still decided to take the risk. After all, the last Uchiha was very special indeed. He had to admit that he was nowhere near his brother level, not in matters of fight, of tactical genius or Sharingan. Oh, how had he longed after the body of Uchiha Itachi, but fate had decided against it. But the entrance of Phobos and this new world let him open thousands of new opportunities, something he would gladly use. What would happen if you mix magic and chakra? Can a ninja learn magic or vice versa? Can you transfer this magical life force to a ninja? Questions over questions, and each one made him more excited. This would be a most enlightening trip. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX ruling. She seemed to be a very interesting person. How he longed to meet her. She grew up in another world, not knowing about her heritage, her powers, her fate, and yet she managed to become one of the most powerful beings and one of the most popular rulers in less than a year. This new world was fascinating. The anatomical structures of all the living beings here made Kabuto curious as hell. He was in first line a medic. Finding out about cures, diseases and maladies was in his nature. If he had any spare time, perhaps he would try to gather some information about the anatomical facts about the creatures living here, like the guards, the Lurdans, and most importantly the magic users. Not now though, right now he had several jobs to do. Orochimaru-sama ordered him to infiltrate the castle and to get as much crucial information about the enemy as possible. Even though they had Phobos-sama on their side, someone who knew the castle and their enemies well enough, it was better to have another one who was aware of the situation. On the other side, before they had reached Orochimaru-sama, Phobos-sama wanted to have a few special artifacts from his old hidden room, which he used for his old experiments. As soon as he got there he had to drip some drops of the potion he carried with him on a special flower and, so he was told, the whisperers would awake again. The prince had told him that those were the most reliable source of information anyone could have, and they were absolutely loyal to him and had their ears in whole meridian. To fulfill those tasks he had endowed him with the power to produce his own glamour spell, but only around himself. A glamour spell, so he had found out, was much better than any transformation jutsu. A transformation was a transformation only in the name, being rather an illusion, while a glamour spell changed the reality and was much harder to discover. Only a strong magical force like Elion or the heart could break a glamour spell, and it was not likely that Elion would go around and cast revealing spells on all citizens. But chakra was much easier to discover, and it would be rather difficult to stay in a transformation for most of the time. He would need that chakra later, when he had to leave. In exchange for this new power he had to swear that he would tell nothing to Orochimaru-sama about this, and Kabuto did not intend to break that promise. It was not a wise thing to get on the bad side of Phobos, at least now. After a few minutes he reached the castle, slowly beginning to explore. It was a moonless night, making it easier for him to stay unnoticed. The medical ninja walked the wall up, using his chakra, and was soon enough in the more private place of the palace. On his way he had to avoid a few guards and even caught a glimpse of the throne room. Of course he didn't make the mistake to go in. This would be an easy way to blow his cover. So he concentrated on his new ability and changed his appearance to that of a regular guard. It was a good thing that the guards were almost looking identical. So Kabuto started to walk slowly towards the secret chamber until he saw someone he wasn't prepared to see. In the meantime, Phobos, Orochimaru and the ninjas had positioned themselves outside of the prison. They had walked through the entrance and were now outside, waiting for the signal. Phobos raised his hand, giving them the necessary permission to attack, and all ninjas save Orochimaru disappeared, only to reappear in the prisoner's room. "Do you think your ninjas can handle this?" Orochimaru just chuckled. "A few of them have a cursed seal. Even though the 4 who can go level 2 cannot participate in this attack, they should be more than enough to handle a few of these weak guards." A few minutes later one of the sound nins appeared in front of them. He bowed and spoke with a shaking voice. "We have problems, Orochimaru-sama. There are ninjas from Konoha." While Orochimaru only raised an eyebrow, Phobos was shocked. "More ninjas? That is impossible." He then turned to Orochimaru. "Didn't you say you got the most powerful ninjas at your service?" The snake shinobi bowed apolitically. "It seems Konoha has sent his elite." XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX hold their ground against Sasuke and his 12 subordinates, most of them being at Jonin level. Choji was assisting them with Sandpit, combining their own strengths and interrupting all of the enemy's attack patterns. The normal guards had merely a distracting function. The ninjas were more than able to dodge their attacks. Hinata and Shino meanwhile would take on a great deal of shinobi, have worked together in a team for so long made it easy for them to assist each other, forming a duo who could hold his ground against the superior infiltrators. One of the guards had slammed his sword in the blue crystal in the middle of the room, closing the doors and alarming He Castle. While the door could be opened fast, it was more than important to alarm the Queen and Caleb. Meanwhile, Neji and Sasuke were busy with each other. "So we meet again, Hyuga. Never thought I would see you weakling again." Neji smirked. "Maybe I am weak, but then again I am not the one who ran off to gain power through Orochimaru, who had betrayed the village countless times." He narrowed his eyes, now glaring at the Uchiha. "Just like you. Rather to stay in that pitiful village, to which I have no more bounds, I prefer to stay there, becoming stronger than ever." "Prove it," demanded Neji, activating his Byakugan, making the veins in his temples clearly visible. "Prove it that you are now so strong that it was worth to betray your comrades and village, the village that your family once guarded." Even though the last comment made him thoughtful and angry, he decided to ignore it and activated his Sharingan. I will Hyuga, and unlike the dead last who decided not to kill you, I will be no that gentle. In mere seconds both were engaged in a high-level hand-to-hand combat. Soon Sasuke noticed that he would have no chance, should he stay in close combat. With a giant leap he jumped back, winning ground between him and the Hyuga. Neji was smirking again. That was it, Sasuke? To gain that skill you betrayed everyone? Sasuke glared at him, now becoming angry. Hand-to-hand combat was one of his specialties after all. He concentrated on his seal, and red dots and stripes were coming out of his neck, covering in seconds his whole body and turning black. Now with the cursed seal level 1 active, the battle was on the next stage. 1. No, this is the power. The power to destroy anything, anyone in my way, to avenge the death of my family. He rapidly started to form the hand seals for his signature jutsu. Fire release. Giant fireball technique. A giant fireball came towards Neji, but he just jumped and hurled a few shuriken at the dark-haired boy. To his surprise, Sasuke caught them and threw them right back. While Neji was blocking them with his kunai, Sasuke used this time to make other hand seals. He took a deep breath, and out of his mouth several small fireballs came out. Fire release. Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. 2. While still in midair, Neji started to rotate and to release chakra out of his chakra holes at the same time, blocking the fireballs with his heavenly spin, and landed safely in the ground. He charged at the Uchiha and started to throw punches at him, which the missing nin successfully avoided, knowing that even one hit could be critical if the opponent was using the gentle fist. His Sharingan eyes and the speed he gained from the cursed seal were making it nearly impossible for Neji to hit him, but this didn't mean he had the advantage at the moment. On the contrary, he didn't have any time for a serious counterattack. While concentrating mainly on the hands of the Hyuga, he didn't pay much attention to his feet, which was a mistake. To Sasuke's great surprise, Neji kicked him, and only his fast reflexes he gained through the seal saved him from a critical hit. The Hyuga was even able to use the gentle fist trough his feet, and if he had been hit by that kick he would have coughed blood for the next 3 hours. There was an impressive amount of chakra inside. So this is all the prodigy of the Hyuga clan has to offer? Taunted Sasuke, trying to cover the fact that he nearly lost the fight and maybe his life. They always told us that the Hyuga were the strongest in Konoha, since the Uchiha were not there anymore. It seems to be a big fat lie. Neji looked him straight in the eyes and shook his head sadly. I can see that you lie. My Byakugan can see in the depths of your soul. I can see that you are unsure of your decision. I see that you regret what you have done, and I see that you know the fact that you have not the power you want. Sasuke gulped. Sweat starting to build on his forehead. His face begun slowly to lose some color. Did I hit a nerve, Sasuke? Do you think you can fool a Byakugan? You can't hold eye contact with me, proving that I am right with my words. The fact that you are shaking is more than enough to tell me that you are afraid of the truth of my words. Sasuke gritted his teeth and pulled out his sword, channeling as much chakra as he could into the katana and his legs. He charged and screamed. Just shut the hell up. Neji had expected such an assault, but yet was not able to move fast enough to completely avoid the strike, and received a huge cut in his left arm and shoulder, blood leaking from the deep wound. Shut up. You have no idea what I feel. You cannot understand the depths of hell I am going through, and now you come and claim to see everything with your eyes? I have the perfect eyes. With my Sharingan I can see things you cannot even dream about. His voice became a whisper. I will kill you, Hyuga Neji. This will cut my bonds with the Hidden Leaf Village once and for all. Instead of Neji, he began to see his brother, the person he detested most. Like I said before, in order to kill my brother, no matter how much darkness lies ahead, even if this means I have to kill old comrades who put their lives on the line for me, I will push through it. You want to kill me? Asked Neji, looking Sasuke straight into the eyes, gazing through the Sharingan. Compared to me, you were never any good. Sasuke screamed in rage and charged once again, just to avoid a huge cloud of insects. Why are you interrupting, Shino? Hisses Sasuke angrily at the bug user. I cannot let you harm a comrade. You have lost that status since the moment you betrayed us for power. He and Choji were in the team who followed you to get you back and suffered great injuries while trying to do this. It does not matter for me what you lot have done. I am an avenger. I do not have any bonds with you anymore, and the only bond I have is that of hate with my brother. Anything else is just a distraction. A nuisance. Something I have to destroy. He concentrated the chakra he usually used for Chidori and channeled it into his blade, making it a medium for electricity. This energy surrounded his body as well, and his newest technique was ready for his firstus in an actual battle. 3. Now his whole body and sword covered in electricity, he charged straightward towards Shino. The bugs in his way were disabled by the shocks he was continuously delivering and managed to slam his sword deep into Shino's stomach. While he expected blood to come out, the wound it was insects steaming out slowly, covering his sword and body, now that the electricity had stopped. A bug clone? So his clone spoke the whole time. To save himself there was only one choice now. He took a deep breath and flames came out of his mouth, burning the bugs in his hand. He winced in pain but managed to free himself, and with a jump, he managed to get to the other ninjas who were now clearly in the advantage. Suddenly 3 green beams materialized in the room and Caleb, Kakashi and Queen Elion entered the battle zone. Right in this moment one of the ninjas left the room to warn Orochimaru and Phobos. "You will stop this immediately," commanded Elion, rising into the air, her hair floating by the immense force flowing through her. "The vile creatures imprisoned in here are there for a reason and will not harm any innocent citizens again." The remaining guards erupted in cheers now that Caleb and Elion, 2 of their greatest heroes, had arrived. Elion pointed her hand at the ninjas, disabling a few of them with her magic, while the rest, along with Sasuke, managed to get out of the attack. The door opened and Phobos together with Orochimaru entered the room, having a vile smile on his lips. "Ah, my dear Elion, what a long time it has been." "Not long enough, brother," spat Elion. "I hope you came back to let yourself being imprisoned, because that is what happened before and what will happen again." He shook his head in mock pain. Is that a way to greet his beloved brother after such a long time? You really hurt my feelings. Elion was now red from anger. "I will hurt much more than your feelings," she hissed and collected her magic in her hands. This time her brother reacted faster and shot a beam at Kakashi, who had to jump to avoid it. This was the opening Orochimaru had waited for, and the fingertips of his right hand started to glow blue. While Elion was distracted with Kakashi and Phobos, he used the body flicker technique to appear in front of her and slammed his right hand into her stomach. 4. Elion's eyes widened in surprise, but fortunately Caleb was fast enough to whirl his sword at Orochimaru, disturbing him to completely establishing the seal. Still, it was enough for her to fall unconscious. He chuckled and looked at Caleb. "You are a brave one, aren't you?" whispered Orochimaru, once again licking his lips with his abnormally long tongue, but didn't get any reaction from Caleb, who continued to glare fiercely at him. "If you want to impress me with that, you have to do better, monster face. I lived with non-humans my whole life, but hey, you learn every day something new. Here I thought I wouldn't meet anyone uglier than Blunk, but then I saw you." Orochimaru looked amused. "You are brave, I will give you that, but you can't possibly expect to beat me in every single one of my ninjas. Would you like to join our cause? I can see bravery and intelligence in your eyes, and also the desire to be stronger. You saw how weak you are against a real opponent like a ninja." He paused, looking him straight in the eyes. "I can give you power." Caleb didn't react but readied himself for an attack. "Never would I betray my queen, my country and my friends. I didn't betray them to my own mother, who promised me the same thing as you. What makes you think I would do that for you?" "What is your name, boy?" asked Orochimaru, getting more content after every answer, and chuckled again. But this time it sent shivers to Caleb. "Caleb, remember it. You will want to take revenge after I brought you and your goons to prison. You will come to me, Caleb-kun," he said. Suddenly he performed really fast a few hand seals and his neck became longer, and before Caleb could react he was bitten in the right arm. Caleb was in pain. He dropped the sword, and after a few seconds the pain was unbearable. Before he fainted he heard the man saying, "My name is Orochimaru. Remember the name of your master you will serve soon. I can give you more power and you will seek me for it." The world turned black for Caleb, leaving him in darkness and agony. Orochimaru stared pleased at him. He made a good choice, he knew that. He saw the talent of the boy, his sharp mind and the potential. Phobos has told him everything he knew about the boy. He was a natural leader, and he had united everybody who was against Phobos in a rebellion and led them. He found the Guardians and was the main factor of the downfall of the prince. He was also the men who hold up the country. He was nearly as popular as the queen, and if he would turn sides nearly the whole army would follow him, and the demoralizing effect on those who stayed at the queen's side would be immense. It would be good to have a leader in his ranks, someone who would be in charge of his ninjas while he was busy with Kabuto and Sasuke-kun. Strength wasn't always everything. A sharp mind was winning more often than brute strength, but right now, that didn't matter. He had a prince to help who was engaged in a battle with said prince and was holding his ground, for now. He then heard a moan and saw the queen getting up to her feet. This was strange, since she shouldn't have been able to get up for at least a day, but then again he did not manage to completely hit her, thanks to the former rebel leader. Elion regained her consciousness and saw the wincing Caleb at the ground, and got angry. She glared at Orochimaru. "You will pay for that." Suddenly 2 hands of stone came out of the ground, trying to grab Orochimaru, who managed to jump away. Phobos was having the time of his life with Kakashi. Both knew that the white-haired Jonin didn't have a great chance against him, and right now the prince was playing with his prey. He constantly read the mind of the copy ninja, thus being able to avoid all of his attacks and using telekinesis to stop from using his arms and legs properly. Kakashi didn't say anything but grabbed to his back to fetch a few shuriken, which were hurled directly at Phobos, who simply stopped them in midair, transforming them into big lances, and guided them back towards Kakashi, who was pierced trough several parts of his body. Suddenly he turned to a log, leaving Phobos dumbstruck. He was sure then he could read the mind of this guy, so how did he manage to fool him? But this was not of great importance. He had to free his servants, and with bolts coming out of his hands all prison gates opened, leaving everyone free. Elion, knowing that they were about to lose, did the only thing she could think of. Summoning all her remaining strength, she tele-transported all the guards, the 4 ninjas, Caleb and herself back to the palace, in front of Julian, and collapsed after a few last words. "Guardians, prisoners, free." Julian turned around, called for the guards to alarm the guardians and to fetch medical help. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX color covering half of his face and his nose in a small book which was well known in specific circles. Kabuto didn't thought that he would see the famous copy ninja Kakashi again that soon. Even though he knew that he was fairly on the same level as the Jonin, it was no secret that a fight between them would most likely end in favor of Kakashi. He couldn't afford to fight him and then let him go either. The more techniques he copied from the medic, the more difficult it would become to defeat him. His best chance was now to let him be and hope that he would not see through this disguise with that Sharingan of his. The person before him was a girl with sand blonde hair, curled in 2 pigtails, and was dressed in royal robes and seemed to be Queen Elion, ruler of Meridian. The guy next to her was probably Caleb. He was well informed about the key characters of the good side, and knew that he needed every bit of information he could get, so deciding against his better judgment, he performed the hidden camouflage technique, making himself invisible, and followed the trio while they were marching towards the throne room in a safe distance. 5. So you have been sent by the Oracle to protect the Queen, together with your subordinates? Asked Caleb, still doubting the story off the silver-haired man who was far too powerful for a non-magical being. How many subordinates were sent alongside you? Kakashi answered while still looking in the Come Paradise book, Volume 8. 6. But I am pretty sure that we will get reinforcements. All of them are formidable fighters, 2 of them are real geniuses. Given the fact that Kakashi fairly didn't meant the Uchiha brat, it was perfectly clear to him that it must be the Hyuga and the Nara boy he was talking about. Konoha may have a large amount on ninja, but only few of them were only geniuses. Most of the best ninja had already deserted the village, leaving the candidates for the genius role relative small. If they really send the Nara boy, things would surely become more troublesome. They already had Caleb and his father, alongside Kakashi as tactical experts, but with the intellect of the shadow user things surely would become rather difficult. Then suddenly a horn was to hear and everybody perked up. The horn of warning. Caleb turned to Elion. My Highness, the prisoners are about to be freed. Elion clenched her fists. Then we have to stop them. She looked at Kakashi. I hope I can count on your aid. The copy ninja looked up, put his book away and nodded. I am at your service, my Highness, but now, right after the fight against you, my chakra is not completely recovered. It will do it, said Elion, and with a wave of her hand, they immaterialized in 3 green beams, but Kabuto could swear that right before vanishing Kakashi had looked right to the place where he was hiding. He decided to drop the camouflage and became visible again, but was still in his guard form. Kabuto smiled at the thought of Kakashi. The task of fooling Kakashi was harder than he thought, and had the copy ninja been on his full strength he probably had attacked him right away. So it was for the best not take any further chances and get to the secret room as soon as possible. To find the room was easier than expected. It was right before the throne room, and you entered it by muttering a key word, which was in this case, Cantadosp. While the meaning of this word remained unclear to the medic, it served his purpose. It was rather unlikely that someone would use this word in that particular place without knowing that here was a secret entrance. So after walking in the hidden room, he was not as surprised as he thought he would be. The room was full of books, small and large boxes, a few plants and a large table with laboratory devices. It didn't look that different from his labor in Orochimaru-sama's lair. After collecting the wanted artifacts and taking a few books he found rather interesting, he left the room, just in time to see Julian in front of him, barking orders to a guard, about alarming the guardians, and getting medical treatment for the queen. Kabuto dropped his bag behind a plant and changed his glamour spell from that of a guard to the appearance of a medic in the world of Meridian. He sat in front of Queen Elion and began to analyze her, Kakashi being occupied with the ninjas and Caleb. Julian was sitting next to Caleb as well, worrying about his son. What has happened to him? What are those black dots on his arm? Black dots after a fight with Orochimaru-sama? Why did that sound familiar? And after a glance his suspicions were confirmed. Caleb had received a cursed seal of heaven from Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto frowned. What was the meaning of this? Even with his limited informations he knew that this boy would never betray his queen and world. His past was full with situations where he could leave them, but he didn't. So why bother to give him a cursed seal? But Kabuto banned these thoughts from his head, concentrating on the queen. As far as he could tell, she did not have any heavy injuries, only a few slightly damaged ribs, those coming from the 5 elemental seal on her stomach, and there was nothing he could or would do against, but he decided to weaken it a bit more. He performed a quick illusion, and right after that he let his left hand glow blue and started to pump chakra in that part of the skin, where the seal was, and so loosen it up. After a quick healing of her ribs he decided it was best to leave before Kakashi had recovered enough to detect him. Prince Phobos and Orochimaru-sama were awaiting him in the prison, where he should hurry. Things turned up rather interesting. Blunk was not the most popular being. Was it Earth or Meridian? But even though he was not appreciated in most of the times, he too had helped with serving the sides of light to win their battles. As a matter of fact, he played one of the key roles to lead the rebellion to victory. He might have a small problem with properties, but hey, everybody has flaws. Well, Blunk might have a few more with his reeking smell and thinking that everything he could see could be stolen, but he was trying to reduce it. Okay. Trying may be a hard word, but at least he was thinking about trying. Anyways, now after opening a fold to Earth right into the Silver Dragon. When he appeared there, the ninjas and some of the guardians were just about to leave, but he managed to get there just in time. Blunk, what are you doing here? Asked Will, looking alarmed, while Ino looked disgusted. What's with that smell? Believe me, you don't want to know, assured Irma, shaking her head. Girls must hurry. Phobos attacked prison and queen. Cornelia jumped up immediately. Elion is hurt? We have to go. Will nodded and grabbed the herd of Kandrakar, opening a portal to the throne room in Elion's castle. The 5 guardians, 2 ninjas, 1 Rain and 1 Passeling jumped through the fold, reappearing in front of the throne room. Elion, Caleb, cried Cornelia, rushing to her best friend and her boyfriend. Ino's eyes widened and she ran to Neji, as it seemed he was the one who needed treatment most. Her hands started to glow in green and she began to heal his wounds, while Shikamaru was talking with Hinata, Shoji and Shino. Will and the other girls were surrounding Julian and asking him about the situation. We know that the prisoners have been freed and we're just about to send the army there. The queen appeared, ordering us to call the guardians first. With the queen and my son now being immobilized, it is up to me and Aldarn to command over the forces, but with you guardians here you might as well take the command. Will nodded. But how did they manage to overcome you? I mean with Sandpit, 5 ninja, the guards, Caleb and not to forget Elion, how could they lose? This time Shikamaru interrupted. It seems that they were outwitted by Orochimaru and this Phobos guy who combined their powers to take her down. Kakashi nodded. Orochimaru belongs to the strongest ninjas in history and is far stronger than myself. As a matter of fact, I can only think about 4 ninjas who could fight him in a one-on-one. And when I understand it correctly, this Phobos is quite powerful too. You got that right, muttered Tyranny, helping one of the medics to warm up water. But what happened to Elion and Caleb? Asked Cornelia, really concerned about them. The boy received a cursed seal by Orochimaru. I won't talk this sweet, this thing can consume his soul, even kill him. So I have to seal it. This won't make it go away but build his defenses. And for the queen, it seems her powers have been slightly sealed. This means she is not as powerful as always, having limited reserves on magic. Can you break it? Asked Heilin but was devastated when she saw Kakashi shook his head. Orochimaru is on a far more advanced level with sealing and I know only one who is more skilled in that area and that would be Jiraiya-sama. Then go and get this guy. Unfortunately he's away on a protecting mission and has gone into hiding with that particular student. We won't see him for at least 5 other months. So what can we do about Elion now? Wanted Cornelia to know, desperation leaking in her voice. Kakashi sighed and picked Caleb up to seal the cursed mark. First we have to wait and see to which degree her powers have been weakened. If she is strong enough she might break it herself. He started to walk out of the room. But I have to finish this business now. Please send a few medics right after me. I don't think either of us will be able to move after this. So this is dangerous? Asked Will. You are going to do some crazy ninja stuff on him and expect us to let you go ahead without asking any questions? The copy ninja eyed her coldly. Of course you can ask what you want and I would answer to your questions, Guardian-sama, but our dear friend here might not survive. Everybody gulped but Matt put an assuring hand on Will's shoulder. I am going with him, don't worry. Will nodded and Matt walked after Kakashi. Orochimaru was worried and this didn't happen that often. After all, most things he planned turned out just as he had expected. Of course, putting someone as reliable as Kabuto in charge did help to get the things done and you could count on it to happen. But now he was experiencing the same agony, the same pain, the same feeling of being much weaker than usual again. His arms had begun to turn black, right after he used the sealing technique on the little queen. The fact that she possessed a greater capacity of energy than him must have put a lot more stain to his arms than he thought, and if he didn't get treated right now he was sure he would be in the same state he was before taking this new body. He could sense that Phobos was watching him with glee, silently enjoying seeing him in this state, weak and vulnerable. He was pretty sure that the prince could do something about his condition but choose not to, just to see him suffering. It seems that you are in pain, my dear friend, stated Phobos, grinning about the condition his partner in crime was in. What happened to your arms? They seem to take the color of your soul. Orochimaru chose not to respond, knowing that he should not give in the taunts of the prince, now that he knew how vulnerable he really was. Kabuto should arrive better in time or he would take out his anger on the next person he would see. He decided to change the topic. I have difficulties to understand why you don't free those 2 of their prison, Phobos-kun. They seem to be the 2 most powerful around here. Phobos' mood faded when he remembered Cedric and Miranda. Oh yes, those 2 are the most magical and best trained of my subordinates, but unfortunately they lack the most important thing I expect from my soldiers. He glared at them, lighting surrounding him in a threatening manner. Loyalty. Cedric, in his human form, bowed. Please forgive us, my liege, I don't know what came over me. Cedric, I know too well what overcame you. The longing for power, my power. If you had warned me instead of betraying me we would have won. The universe would be mine to command. Instead I am stuck in a prison where I have to stand your pitiful presence. This time it was Miranda in her girl form. Please forgive us, your highness. We won't disobey you ever again. Yes, you won't, Miranda my dear, threatened Phobos, while charging a beam in his hand. Right then a whirl of leaves appeared and Kabuto walked towards Orochimaru, opening his mind, allowing Phobos to read his mind. I have the information you asked for, Orochimaru-sama. There are 7 ninjas, 2 of them at Jonin level while the other 5 are at Chunin level. I suppose you have met Hitaki Kakashi and Hyuga Neji, so it is safe to say that they are not that great of a threat. Phobos snorted. For someone who shouldn't be a threat, They sure hold their ground against you inferior ninjas. Cedric, quite relieved that Phobos had forgotten about Miranda and him, stepped back into the shadows of his cell, hoping it would remain that way. Lucky for him, Phobos had other things on his mind, like Kabuto, who had brought the desired artifacts. He took the bag and checked the inside, and with a content smile on his lips he looked at the medic Nin. Perfect. While Kabuto started to take care of Orochimaru's arms, Phobos once again turned to Cedric. It seems you are lucky, my old friend. I am in such a good mood that I am willing to free you two again. With a few bolts out of his hand, the bars of Cedric's and Miranda's prison vanished. But of course I have to make sure you two won't betray me again. He started to make complicate maneuvers with his arms, and a circle of purple energy appeared around the two shapeshifters. Both of you belong to me. You are mine to control. When I say something, you do it without any question. If I order you to die, you will die. If I order you to rip your own arms off, you will do it. Otherwise I will send you through ways of pain that you will wish to be dead. A maniacal grin appeared on his face, and his voice became a silent but threatening whisper. Everybody in the room tensed and waited for the next words of the fallen prince. But you won't die. No matter how hard you try, my magic will keep you alive. With that spell I placed on you, I can kill you whenever I want, just with the thought, or I can make you feel the promised pain. Obey me and nothing of that will occur. His face became serious again. Now Cedric, and you too Miranda, are you willing to serve me? Without hesitation both bowed down. We want to serve you, my prince. Phobos smiled and turned to Orochimaru, whose arms were once again the pale white like before, and Sasuke's burning arm seemed to heal slowly under Kabuto's care. Now we have an army to reach our goal. The side of my sister is weakened, and I dare to say that the guardians have already arrived. We will rest for today, and tomorrow we will march to the castle. Orochimaru didn't say anything and looked at his arms. This cursed Sarutobi-sensei, his last technique proved to be very powerful indeed. Even with a change of the body, he still couldn't use his arms like before. If there was too much stain, they would fall back to their lifeless state. If it were not for Kabuto, he would have died long ago. He knew that, but still, he was not entirely sure of Kabuto's goals. He knew that his right-hand man was following his own goals, and it amused and irritated him at the same time that he didn't know them. Sure, in his organization he was only second strongest to him and the one who he trusted most. Actions like that made him doubt. Orochimaru knew nothing about the bag and what it contained, but after all it was the not knowing which made the life interesting, wasn't it? If you had nothing to find out, life would be rather boring indeed. The Cursed Seal. Juin. This is a seal given by Orochimaru to his most powerful followers. He bites them, and then a strange, black tattoo-like seal will appear on their bodies, giving them a much greater chakra capacity, strength and speed. In level 1, black dots are covering the whole body, enhancing his abilities but putting a stain on his body. The more often it is used, the greater is the chance for them to lose their personality. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Fire Release. Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Several smaller fireballs are coming out of the user's mouth. Chidori Nagashi. 1000 birds current. Using the energy of Chidori, it doesn't concentrate electricity on a single spot but in the whole body. When the enemies is being hit, it paralyzes him. Gogyo Fuin. 5-element seal. It partly seals the power or energy of the opponent away, making it impossible for the enemy to use it, unless the seal is broken. Maizegakure no Jutsu. Hiding Camouflage Technique. It turns the user invisible and let most signs of his appearance like smell vanish for the most part, making it nearly impossible to be detected. Matt was leaning against wall with crossed arms, watching carefully every single thing Kakashi was doing. First, the copy ninja had placed Caleb in the exact middle of the room and stripped his shirt off, so they could see the cursed seal at his right arm. Then he slashed his thumb with a kunai and started to write weird signs all over the room, using his blood as ink, in a special pattern, and in every circle he placed a kunai. All signs lead to the cursed mark, and after the preparations were done, Kakashi leaned for, so he could be sure, that Caleb would be listening. This will cause you a great amount of pain, he warned the young man, who was gritting his teeth. Just do it, Kakashi nodded. Well then. Immediately he started to perform several hand signs and pressed both of his hands on cursed mark. Suddenly all the signs started to crawl towards the signs, disappearing there. As soon as the signs began to move, Caleb started to scream in agony and pain, while the ink and chakra mercilessly burned into his skin. Matt stepped forward, clenching his fist. "Stop, you are hurting him." Kakashi didn't look up, but after a few seconds he was finished and Caleb collapsed to his feet, breathing heavily. Now the white-haired man bothered to look at Matt, who was already at Caleb's side, saying things to calm him down. "It's all right, mate. You will make it." When he looked up this very moment to give Kakashi a piece of his mind, he was beyond shocked to see him shaking his head. "What do you mean by this?" asked Matt, too terrified to think about the logical consequences. "I am sorry to say this, but even with me sealing the mark, there is a slim chance for him to survive this. For ninjas, who trained their bodies to use chakra and learn to endure pain, there is only a 10% chance of surviving, but Caleb, who, as skilled as he may be, is only a normal human with no such traits. Sure, he may have a pain tolerance but does not have the resistance against chakra like a ninja. I am afraid to say there is only a very slim chance for him to survive." "Is there nothing we can do about it?" asked the young boy, his voice trembling. Even though they didn't know each other that long, a bond had already formed between Matt and Caleb. First it seemed they were just similar in personalities, but it appeared that they shared more than that on the second look. While Caleb was already included in most of the adventures the girls had and always assisted them, Matt was more of an outsider. Will forbade him to come along, thinking it was too dangerous for him. Well, thinking back, she did have a point. He was inexperienced, had no special powers and almost no knowledge about Meridian. With time he learned from Caleb to become a warrior, but even then, he was nowhere as good as him, and still perhaps this was the thing they had on common. Both didn't have any powers, while being surrounded with magical beings. Frost, Tracker, Cedric, Phobos, Nerissa, the Knights of Vengeance and Chykn, all of them had either magical or superhuman powers, leaving them behind nearly defenseless. While Caleb had still his experience and his skills as a warrior to rely on, most times he wouldn't have survived if it was not for the Guardians. Then after he was rescued by Will and the others from the claws of Shagan and Nerissa, he fought alongside Caleb and the royal army to rescue Meridian. He was blessed by Lillian to hold 1/3 of her powers and now was able to transform into Shagan, but keeping his own mind and finally giving him the powers he longed for, powers which didn't stand back to those of the Guardians. So he was able to do his part in the war and had many encounters with enemies since then. May it Lurdans are for one case ninjas. To make a long story short, Caleb was now one of Matt's best friends and he would be damned if he let him die. The rebel leader was one of the persons Matt looked up most, having survived in this world of magic with no powers and even played one of the key roles. Matt did understand the importance, having no powers for a time himself and knowing how small and unimportant someone could feel, being surrounded by superhuman beings. "Is there nothing we can do to help him?" yelled Matt, the pain he felt melting into his words. Kakashi shook his head, knowing how the boy must feel. "Well, I would be lying if I would say that I know everything your magic can do, but with the queen out for at least 3 days and no specialized medic around, I simply see no chance for him." He looked at Caleb, pity mirroring in his eyes. This is such a shame to lose a brave, brilliant mind like him. Aren't there doctors in your world who can help him? Once again the copy ninja made eye contact. Do you think it is that easy to enter our world? Also, even though we have medics who would be able to help, they perhaps couldn't simply because they have no time, and we only have perhaps 5 who would be able to help him. Hokage-sama, but being the leader she can't leave, my former student Sakura, who can while being on a mission to the village hidden in the clouds. Shizune, who is chief assistant of the Hokage, and the other 2 are probably rather busy with the other 3 not available. Matt narrowed his eyes. I don't care. One of them can at least come here and tell the medics here how to treat it. Why not ask your oracle? I bet he knows what to do, suggested Kakashi, not affected by the outburst of the boy. You must understand that this is not something I can decide. Matt didn't respond but transformed into Shagan, picked up Caleb and left the room, leaving an exhausted Kakashi behind. When Matt had brought Caleb to the healing chamber, he wasn't surprised to find the girls already there, together with the ninjas and more importantly Elion, who was already changed into a white robe and was lying there, unconscious as expected. Hi there. He greeted them and gave the rebel boy to the healers and had to avoid a rushing Cornelia, who hurried to her boyfriend. Hey, said Will, hugging Matt, now that he was human again. What happened to him? Asked Lin, concern in her voice. Even though all the girls knew Caleb well and that Corny was his girlfriend, still she was the one who had spent the most time with him. Both had worked in the Silver Dragon, having many conversations, fooling around, laughing about him going, "Rebel leader," as Corny would say, on the customers and about the fact that he had to work with those strange earthlings and sometimes forcing him to be a dress-up boy, so she could experiment on her self-made clothing. They shared many happy moments, together with her grandma, and if something happened to him, she knew, it would be never like before. It was no love which connected her to Caleb, she was sure of it. This was a bond of friendship, something which has formed over the last years, fighting alongside each other, trusting the other to watch their backs. You just couldn't spend a year or two fighting evil, twisted loons with someone and not expect to form a tie. Irma, Will and Tyranny thought almost the same about the rebel leader. All of them were saved countless times by him, and in return they saved him. They all learned to love his comparisons of Earth things with some kind of weird Meridian monster, or when he told some of his past adventures just to impress Cornelia, and them by the way. A time to remember was when at his second day on Earth he attacked a gang of rockers, who did nothing but hearing loud music, but unfortunately for them, their clothing and hairstyle resembled that of an evil sect in Meridian, which was one of the minor threads, but a thread nonetheless. So he attacked them. Poor guys, they didn't have chance. Not when there was someone wanting to beat you to a pulp because he thinks you belong to a gang who kidnaps children and raises them as some sort of slaves. Especially not when that someone has years of fighting experience. Luckily they were able to calm him down before things get out of hand, well before it got more out of hand. So Caleb apologized and left with us the scene. Not that they felt better after this, some of them weren't able to hear him and the others were too scarred to response. Thinking back, it was only hilarious, or just like the time at Will's birthday when Elion tried to chat him up and Caleb just walked away to get a bucket for some wicked dance. Irma and Lin were still laughing hard about that, and they teased Elion and Caleb as often as they could. Tyranny and the others had many happy memories with him and just couldn't imagine losing the proud warrior. So it was a huge shock when Matt answered silently. This ninja guy said that there is only a very slim chance for him to survive, because this was a technique to use on ninjas and even they have only a 10% chance of surviving. The girls gasped and they immediately looked at the ground, not knowing what to say. Sure magic could help him? Asked Will, clinging on the only hope left for them. I mean, if we can transform into guardians and can open folds and such, why not healing him? Because, echoed Kakashi's voice from behind, apparently having followed Matt. This is not a wound, not literally anyways. It is a seal, there isn't anything broken or wounded. This is something which strains his will and what you would call life force. He slowly sat on a bed and looked at the one across the room, where Ino and Hinata were sleeping. Perhaps Ino and Hinata could do something about it, both have medical knowledge after all, but with the amount of chakra they spend to heal the guards, Elion and the other ninjas, I fear they won't be awake for at least a day. There is the possibility that Hinata will wake up earlier, but Ino, the more experienced of them, has no large reserves of chakra. Still, I don't expect them to be able to help him. You would need an experienced or well-trained medic for that. He looked at Neji and Choji, who were sitting in the near and were also not very cheerful. Also, Elion is weakened and unconscious, so your greatest possible magic user is out cold. Will grabbed into her blouse and pulled out the heart of Kandrakar. Kakashi looked up interested. I was told you do not know to control the heart to his full extinct. You were told right, but it can't harm to try, can it? The mystical artifact started to glow more intensively. After all, there is a first time for everything. She put it between her hands and concentrated on one single thought: heal Caleb, heal Caleb, heal Caleb. A violet sphere formed around Caleb, trapping him inside. What have you done? Asked Tyranny, amazed by the display of magic. It is not a common trap bubble, is it? It kinda looks like the veil bubble the Oracle and the old geezers were trapped in, commented Irma. Meanwhile, Neji had activated his Byakugan only to realize that he couldn't see through the barrier. Strangely, he could with his normal eyes. Surely there are similarities. Will and Nerissa have both the same fundament of their powers, quintessence. Guessed Tyranny, eyeing the bubble closely. So this will heal him? Asked Cornelia, looking empathic. Well, all I am sure of is that this won't harm him. Isn't that comforting? Snorted Cornelia, not realizing the effects of her words. Will's head dropped and she looked like she was going to cry. She wasn't there to help Caleb. She didn't know how to use her powers in the heart perfectly like Narissa could do, and she wasn't sure what the bubble was doing to Caleb. What kind of leader was she anyways? Irma glared at Cornelia. Sheesh, Corny, why don't you kick her too? I mean, she is trying to save his life. She so deserves to be treated like dirt by you. Cornelia knew she wasn't fair, but right now she needed a scapegoat, and like often this was Will. The blonde guardian knew she was a prat right now, but this seemed to be always the easiest way, to blame the bad situation on the person in your near. Knock it off, you guys, there is no reason to fight, tried Hei Lin to calm them down. No reason? Did you hear her, hey? Asked Irma incredulously, but was interrupted by Tyranny. There is no reason to start an argument while everybody is so tense. Let's just head home. We can't do anything here anymore. The girls were silent for a minute and then left the room after a short nod to the ninjas. Kakashi sighed and looked at Neji and Shikamaru. So the first thing we train would be teamwork, wouldn't it? This is so troublesome. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX the prison, with the Palace of Meridian as destination. The prison, so it was decided, should serve as their first base, and Orochimaru would be staying there together with the new Sound 4, his personal honor guards. While the Lurdans and the remaining 10 Sound ninjas were already heading towards the castle, Kabuto and Sasuke were with Orochimaru to receive their final orders. Try not to kill the Guardians, Sasuke-kun. The longer they stay alive, the longer they will be a threat to Phobos, as we are not strong enough to deal with him right now. When both sides are weakened, this will be the moment we strike. This is the way of a coward, said Sasuke, looking rather amused by Orochimaru's sudden display of weakness. But the Sannin only glared at him. This is the way of a ninja. The sole survivor of the Uchiha clan shrugged and started to walk away, leaving Kabuto and Orochimaru alone. Respect is something he will never learn, commented Kabuto dryly. Now having put up with Sasuke for 2 years, he was already used to his rude behavior. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had never minded it. He found it rather entertaining to have a subordinate with enough backbone to be rebellious. Kabuto was far too polite and well-mannered to be that way. This ungrateful brat, hissed Orochimaru, showing an unusual opening in his feelings. Kabuto knew, had any other of his subordinates had witnessed this beside Kabuto, that person would be dead. Watch him, Kabuto. Do not let him kill the guardians or the queen. We will need them, but slaughter as many leaf shinobi as possible. As you wish, bowed the young medic and disappeared. Phobos in the meanwhile was glad, really glad. He had his army back, had found strong assistance in the ninja, and was now on the way to conquer his palace and kingdom back. He was sure that nothing that the rebels had would be enough to stop him. Orochimaru had told him that his sister wouldn't be able to witness the battle, let alone to participate in it, and even when the highly unlikely aspect really happened, she would be on the same level as him in terms of magical powers. In that case, Phobos would have clearly the upper hand, having great experience in the ancient arts of the arcane for several hundred years, while his sister had hers for only 1 ridiculous year. After a few minutes the palace finally came in sight and a grin appeared on his face. "Cedric, prepare the troops," he commanded. His not-so-faithful second-in-command bowed and transformed into his fearsome snake self, growing larger until he was a creature the mythology mostly referred as a naga. He roared, letting all his frustration and anger out in that battle cry, wanting to release it all in this battle. The roar, Kabuto was sure, could be heard in the castle as well. Cedric raised his arm and yelled loudly, "Attack!" He then charged forwards together with Frost on his rhino. With an incredible speed they rushed towards the main gate of the castle, and before the first arrows hit them they crashed forcefully against the heavy door, nearly ripping it from his ankles. The horn of warning was heard and countless soldiers took their respectful place in the castle defense, firing arrows at the oncoming enemies. Cedric was not really in danger. Arrows couldn't penetrate his skin. Only the sharpest weapons or really strong blows could injure him, something he knew from experience the rebels didn't have. Unless they hit him in the eye, he was not in real danger, and the guards had proven countless times their inability to hit even the greatest targets, so no danger from that side. Frost, the hunter, blocked most of the arrows with a shield he picked up in the prison, and Crimson, his rhinoceros, didn't need some kind of protection against the arrows, having a thick skin similar to Cedric's. After a few great strikes with his tail, the gate finally broke, giving the army of Phobos now the option to enter the castle. Miranda and a few ninjas had climbed the walls and were causing havoc in the lines of the soldiers, winning inch after inch of the ground. Drake, one of the highest-ranking captains in the Royal Army and Rebellion, was leading his troops without fear. "Fight, don't give up. Whole Meridian is counting on us to hold our ground until the Guardians and the Queen arrive." He blocked the attack of Alerton and kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him flying backwards against another one. Meanwhile, the ninjas had finally joined the fight, battling the shinobi of the other side. Neji was encountering one who was already using level 1 of the Cursed Seal, but the young Hyuga was not known to be a genius for nothing. He could keep up with him and was now engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Choji was fighting two opponents, neither of them using their Cursed Seals, instead having a normal fight. Shino and Hinata were now encountering Sasuke, who had already revealed his sword. "So you two want to stop me? You should know better." Neither of them replied, but instead took their respective stances, and Shino let out his insects, knowing that the Uchiha had experienced them more than once, so the surprise effect was already lost. Sasuke charged forwards, trying to chop Shino's head, but Hinata jumped in front of him and slammed her hand in his stomach, but Sasuke vanished before she could hit him. Her eyes widened, now witnessing his extraordinary speed for the first time. Too slow, Hyuga. She heard his voice behind her. She knew she couldn't react in time, but before Hinata or Shino could do something, a blur appeared between her and Sasuke, stopping his attack. "Shino, Hinata, go and help the others, I will take care of him," ordered Kakashi. The two nodded and disappeared to help Choji, who was now slowly getting into trouble. Neji didn't seem to need help, and Ino was defending Shikamaru and Julian, who were now trying to get the better hand in this combat. Kakashi stared at his former student, looking right in his eyes, trying to find guilt or regret, but the only thing he could see was the coldness in the black eyes of Sasuke. "Why?" was the only thing he asked. "You know why," responded the youngest Uchiha alive. "I know the reason you longed for power, but why Orochimaru? You can be strong in Konoha too. The strength Orochimaru is offering is no real strength." Sasuke smiled. "You still don't understand me, Kakashi. I don't want to earn something, nor do I want to have a fair match against my brother. I want to kill him, no matter how, no matter with what power, as long I am the one who kills him. I said that I would do anything to gain the power I need, and Orochimaru is the fastest way. I can't waste my time in Konoha, fooling around." He pointed at Neji. "He was once stronger than me, but now with Orochimaru's training I can defeat him, and so I will bring my brother down. He will die from my hands, and if I lose my life and everything I have the second later I killed him, I will die happily." Kakashi didn't say anything and shook his head. "You still won't come to your senses, so you give me no other chance to capture you by force." Sasuke smirked cruelly. "I am not the weak student anymore you could play with while reading a bloody book. Now I have strength greater than yours. My Sharingan has developed to that of your level, but I have two and can use it nearly all the time, while you have not that advantage." "Confident as always," replied the copy ninja, unimpressed. "But you are still a foolish student, I have to teach something." He lifted his forehead protector the same time Sasuke activated his bloodline limit. Sharingans were staring at each other and a fierce battle begun. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX saw gargoyles stopping and hitting Lurdens while Sandpit was causing havoc in the midst of them. Cedric was fighting against Shino and Miranda was keeping Hinata busy while Choji was rolling around trying to crush every enemy on sight. Ino was slightly injured and was engaged in a fight against Frost, and Shikamaru was barking orders to the troops, apparently founding a strategy. Every time we came here we see guards and soldiers fighting each other to death. Someone should find a hobby. Not the time, Irma said Will, and transformed them into their respective guardian forms. Okay, spread and assist them. Look out for Phobos and warn the others as soon as possible. Never attack him alone. Roger, fearless leader. Aye, Captain. Totally got it. Sure thing, Will. Will glared at them for that performance. Just go. The four girls left her grinning and Will flew to Shikamaru and Julian to get the newest reports. The Guardians, said Julian in great relief. Thank goodness. Shikamaru didn't even look up, but saw at the plans of the castle with concentration. Can you get that giant thing over there to attack that tower here? Once this caves in, It will crush mostly on the Lurdans and will give us enough time to escape. Escape? Asked Will incredulously. Why escape? We can still manage it. Shikamaru shook his head. How? We are outnumbered and partly outclassed. It is only a matter of time until that Phobos will enter the battlefield and then we will be defeated in mere seconds. We can still win. Right now with us Guardians here, we can drive most of the Lurdans back. With your help we should be able to push the ninjas back too and Phobos, and we are nearly even matched. The lazy genius wasn't pleased. This is not a plan, it is a mere thought, but for now we will stick for it and hope that the other boy will arrive too. Will nodded and glanced to the main tower where Irma washed a battalion of Lurdans away with an incredible wave and saw how Shino was hit by a kunai in his right leg. She winced at that sight and turned again to the both strategists. I hope so too. Back on Earth I send Blunk immediately to fetch him and the regents. With a bit of luck in a few minutes 3 powerful warriors will join our ranks. Troublesome situation, but we have to cope. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX discussion. It appeared that the Hales minus Cornelia had gone to a party, being invited by one of the rich clients of Mr. Hale, and they had asked Matt if he could keep an eye on Napoleon while they were away, not really trusting the cat to behave correctly while they were gone. While Napoleon possessed a mind and intellect far greater than most humans, especially Matt's, how he liked to point out, he still behaved not very cat-like. Sitting in front of magazines and zapping the TV channels was not what you would expect from an animal. Not an animal from Earth, that is. So they left Matt in charge, something which happened rather often these days since Cornelia had mentioned it to her parents that Matt's grandfather owned a pet shop and that Napoleon came from there, thus making him ideal to watch him. Matt had agreed, not quite eagerly, but agreed nonetheless. After all, you couldn't ignore a direct request from the heart of Earth, could you? Lillian might not know it and even the Guardians seemed to be unaware of it, but Matt was bound to obey everything she said, as were Mr. Huggles and Napoleon. She gave them her powers but at the same time bind them to her, making the three her very own subordinates. To make a long story short, Napoleon was together with Matt and Huggles and was rather annoyed. He did like it to talk to someone as he couldn't at the Hales when Cornelia was not the only one in the room, but he sure didn't like to sit here in this room, hearing the rat munching the whole time or the boys' display of music. Couldn't he play piano or something like that? What he did with that strange guitar was everything but real music. Drop the abomination you call an instrument, boy, and let me have some peace. There are dogs out there who can bark more pleasantly than your play. Matt didn't bother to respond but quit playing. He glared at the cat and started to look out of the window, watching the clouds changing their form. That one looked like a captain's hat. This reminded him. Hey Furball, he said, glancing at the cat. As we all are regents of Earth, it would be only approval to have a leader among us, you know, someone who takes charge and stuff. Napoleon eyed him wryly. And I suppose it should be you who takes that position. Well, look at that way, who has saved the Earth more often, a cat or a human? Well, my guess is the human, so it makes me the leader. He grinned at his logic, thinking to have won an argument for once. Boy, was he wrong. Then you should look at this way, boy. Who was more often the cause to bring the Earth into a situation where it should be saved, a human or a cat? Let me answer you, it was defiantly the human. Once again he lost a battle of words against a cat, so this makes you not really fitting into this position, and there is no way I am going to take orders from a rat. Dormouse. Corrected Matt automatically. Napoleon shrugged. He knew it of course, but he wouldn't start to call it by his real name. Even after all intelligence and maturity, he still possessed some instincts of a cat, and those instincts told him that this thing was close enough to a rat to be called a rat too. Whatever. So I guess I am the new leader here, he asked, smirking. Well, I think we should stick to the democracy, said Matt uneasily, which led Napoleon to grin, looking extremely pleased with himself. Matt leaned back silently, cursing the know-it-all cat. That was not fair. Why had the cat always the last word? While Matt thought about the little misfortunate occasions in life, a big one was about to reach them. Napoleon and Mr. Huggles realized it first, wincing when the familiar foul smell which penetrated their sensitive noses appeared. The walking canalization is near, grimaced Napoleon, shaking his head clearly in the hope that this would be able to save him from the smell. Matt, as the special stench reached him as well, grabbed immediately, for this case prepared, wet tissue and hold it to his nose. "You could tell?" asked Matt sarcastically and received a glare from the familiar. "We have to go. Something must have happened in Meridian. Probably Phobos must have attacked the castle. Let's hit the road, boy." Matt rolled his eyes. "Thank you, Sherlock." Napoleon smirked. "I bet you've never read Sir Arthur Conan Doyle." At least Matt had the decency to blush while grabbing the mage ring from his desk and stuffing it in his pocket. Napoleon and Huggles as well jumped on his shoulders and he ran to the door. "Mom, I am going to Will. It'll be late," he yelled and stormed out, to the trees next to his house where Blunk was already waiting. He did not want his parents to worry again, like the time Nerissa had captured him. He wasn't sure he had his parents' full trust back, but he hoped he could avoid situations like a kidnapping. He should work on a way to create an astral drop as well. It might save him from some trouble. "Funny boy, hurry. Danger in castle," exclaimed the excited Passeling, gesturing wildly with his hands. Matt nodded and watched Blunk opening a fold to the castle and the four entered it. They reappeared in the yard of the castle, which the Lurdans had already partly in control. The young guitarist could see Choji fighting against a ninja and even recognized a beaten body next to him. He hoped this was one of the enemies. Unfortunately, he was unable to continue observing as a Lurdan charged at him, threatening to kill him right there. Matt was about to transform, but he decided against it. He did have some hand-to-hand combat skills after all. The Lurdan raised his sword and swung it at Matt, who avoided it by stepping left fast and while in motion grabbing a bucket next to the well. The force of his own strike caused the monster to step forward a bit too far, and when Matt hit him hard with the bucket on the head, the Lurdan fell down in the well. Matt hoped this creature knew how to swim. He picked up the sword of the minion and stormed towards Choji to give him some help, hoping he could distract the creatures long enough for Choji to deal with the ninja. Napoleon shook his head dismissingly. Why didn't the boy transform? He and his stupid, human pride. "I hope you won't fight in this form as well?" he asked Huggles wryly. Deciding it was better not to further annoy him, Huggles transformed into Core and Napoleon followed his example. "It is easy enough, rat. Tackle everything ugly. XXXXXXXXXXX." Irma was in a delicate position. She confronted her long-known enemy, good old Snake Man Cedric. Apparently the second-in-command from Phobos hadn't taken it well that she and her friends had imprisoned him again right after he got the powers he longed for. Well, too bad. The fight they had right now was more of a hide-and-seeks. Irma tried to hide and Cedric did his best to seek. Normally, after all the experience she got during the year fighting Nerissa and the last battles, she and any of the Guardians would probably be able to take on Cedric alone. Unfortunately, Cedric got one of the 3 artifacts Phobos had given out earlier. It was the Belt of Yagong, a mystical belt which gave the user the ability to loosen up the molecular structure of his very own body. Well, that was how Tyranny explained Cedric's new skill of phasing through her attacks. Luckily it worked only for a few seconds. It was not nearly enough to go to the Infinite City or to hide in a solid structure, but it was enough to avoid the worst of her attacks. The Naga's solid and hard skin gave him already enough protection of her attacks, but with that it was now nearly impossible for the Water Guardian to hurt her. So she used one of the most ancient martial arts techniques she heard about. The technique known as the Sao Tome secret technique. Fast break. In the scrolls she had read it was described that the fundament was based on motion, contemplation, and opposition. Okay, the scrolls were the Ranma 1/2 mangas and the technique was nothing else than running away to think of a better plan, but hey, it worked. Genma Sao Tome was right, by the way. This technique was a lot harder than you would think. Tyranny was the only one who was available in the moment, but they had learned early enough that only the hottest attacks of Tyranny were able to hurt him. It seemed that Cedric possessed some kind of natural resistance against fire, and anything Tyranny had to conjure to hurt him would have injured, or killed, the guards and everybody on their side as well. So she decided to outsmart him somehow. Irma was confident with this. After all, it couldn't be that hard to trick him, right? She summoned water around herself and waited for Cedric's next attack. Somehow she was sure she wouldn't have to wait long. Kakashi and Sasuke were engaged in a fierce battle. Shuriken were flying, kunai were clashing, and both tried to overpower the other. Sasuke had realized soon that he still was behind Kakashi in terms of hand-to-hand combat, so he had to activate the curse seal level 1, and now, even though they weren't on the same level, it was close enough for him to hold his ground. Neither of them was using a jutsu, knowing too well that it would be rather meaningless. Both of them could avoid most of the jutsu thanks to their most special eyes, and the rest took either too long to perform or required the victim not to move, so they decided to conserve the chakra and tried to wear the other one down, hoping to get the opportunity to use a jutsu soon enough to end the battle. The Uchiha pulled out his sword of Kusanagi and smirked, knowing that Kakashi recognized the weapon and hoped that he was impressed or at least intimated. To his great disappointment, Kakashi only raised an eyebrow. "Do you really know how to use this?" asked Kakashi doubtfully. Sasuke got angry. "You will find out." He spat and charged. He swung the sword with all his might, hoping to hit him, but Kakashi was too fast. He didn't even stroke back until they reached the wall, where Kakashi jumped against it, flew over Sasuke and managed to hit him on the back of his head. "It is just as I thought," exclaimed the copy ninja. "It is a pity for the sword of Kusanagi. All you can do is wave it with all your strength. It's the same whether it's a famous sword or a log. You don't know how to use it. Take the advice of your old teacher and put it away before you injure yourself." If Sasuke was angry before, he was furious now. He had given up everything precious to him just to gain enough power to finally kill his brother, who had killed their whole family, and now someone, on the top of that his old teacher, was mocking and underestimating him. "Don't treat me like a child," roared Sasuke and stormed at Kakashi, everything about intelligent attacks forgotten. He started to punch, kick and slash furiously, wanting to kill that man with his own hands. Kakashi wasn't one of the best ninjas for nothing. He skillfully avoided the attacks and yet managed not to give any opening. After a few seconds ducked under a specific slash, pulled out a kunai and slammed it right against Sasuke's forehead. He had used the end of the kunai. After all, he didn't want to kill him, rather take him back. "My, he's still got that nasty temper of his," he said, looking at the fallen Sasuke. Kakashi didn't felt good with this victory. He didn't even saw this as a victory. Sasuke was not what he had expected. Instead of a dangerous and fearsome ninja, in front of him was a boy with a powerful body of a man and the mental level of a child. All the progress he made in terms of combat, he seemed to have stepped back in his mind. Sasuke, his former prized student, was mentally degenerated and unstable. The smallest taunt transformed him into a raving lunatic, who tried to kill everything in sight. If Sasuke would have had this body and his spirit he had back then before the Chunin exams, he would have surely proven a much greater match than now. The mental trauma with the loss of his family, then the shock that the murderer was his own brother, and after going through those horrible memories twice with the Mangekyo, Kaleidoscope, Sharingan, receiving the Cursed Seal and going through Orochimaru training seemed too much for the young boy's mind to handle, and to save himself from going insane it slowly shut down. If it had been anyone less skilled than him, that person would have died for sure. Kakashi sighed. Whatever Orochimaru was doing to this kid, he hoped it could be reversed. He picked him up, and just when he reached for his forehead protector to cover his left eye, a few shuriken flew at him. He jumped and avoided them and gazed at the point where they had come from. Kabuto was standing there, smiling as always, and winked. "Long time no see, Kakashi-san." He greeted the copy ninja as if they were old friends. "Not as long as I hoped," growled Kakashi. "So it was you who spied on us in Elion's castle." "As sharp as ever," he acknowledged, "but I know that you knew." "Are you going to save Sasuke?" asked Kakashi, readying himself for another battle. "No, you are trying to save him. I will make sure he stays here. Unfortunately, Orochimaru-sama still needs Sasuke-kun's body. Then we will fight." Kakashi dropped Sasuke rather careless to the ground and watched the sound nin carefully. "I am afraid the odds for you are not good, Kakashi-san," said Kabuto, correcting his glasses. "You have lost a fair amount of chakra and I am at my best, but I don't have to tell you that." Kakashi pulled out a kunai and took his usual stance, watching Kabuto doing the same. The copy ninja charged and the sound of clashing kunai was overwhelming. Soon enough Kakashi's superiority in terms of hand-to-hand combat began to show, and he managed to slam the sharp weapon in the shoulder of the medic. To his great surprise, he just vanished in smoke. Realizing that this was a shadow clone from the beginning, he whirled around to the place where he had dropped Sasuke, but that place was empty. Kakashi cursed his foolishness. He was tricked like a 5-year-old. He covered his Sharingan and continued to attack the forces of Phobos and Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Shino and Hinata were standing back on back, defending themselves against three sound ninjas. Things didn't go well for them. They were on the losing side. The enemy's whole forces were concentrated on this castle while Elion's troops, even though they were far more, were spread over the whole planet. So the castle didn't have the necessary defense which was required to withstand an attack like this. Had they arrived a few days earlier, Shino was sure, Shikamaru would have created a defense which would have made this castle impenetrable. Well, no sense in crying about not changeable facts, so he concentrated again on the current fight. There is no other option, he said quietly to Hinata, we have to retreat. The timid girl's lavender-colored eyes widened, but she nodded nonetheless. The bugs started crawling out of Shino's skin, giving them a short opening to strike. No matter how often you see it, as long you are not an Aburame yourself, the view of insects crawling out of a human body does cause to shock you. No description can prepare you for that. Choji and Matt were now having problems in their own right. The chubby Akamichi was almost out of chakra. The ninja he was confronting let his friend do all the work. So he was rather fresh and seemed to enjoy harassing him. Matt meanwhile was occupying 4 Lurdans with only a sword and a shield. Caleb would be proud of him. So he continued his assault with ducking, striking and avoiding. Then the ninja he just recognized as the one he had battled in the forest together with Caleb was smirking. So you are here too, where's that annoying friend of yours? Apparently he wasn't well informed, and this guy didn't seem like the type who could use sarcasm. You don't really think I need reinforcements for you, do you? Taunted Matt. He dropped the weapons and glanced at Choji. Go and occupy these loons, buddy. I am going to take care of him. He transformed into Shagan and smirked behind his mask, letting his eyes glow green. The hard way. He finished. Choji nodded. Good luck. He mobilized the last chakra and calories in his body and activated the meat tank, rolling at the Lurdans like a bowling ball against the pins. Rotating faster and faster, he was able to make a gasp, a small area totally Lurdan-less, and then collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Shikamaru, seeing his best friend in danger, jumped from his current position and picked Choji up. With a giant leap he saved himself and his friend formed the Club of Frost, who wanted to finish at least one of the ninjas. The hunter roared in rage and hit the next guard in reach with his deadly weapon, sending him flying in a giant leap. Julian, who watched this, was shocked. Frost wasn't that strong before. Sure, he possessed a greater strength and stamina than normal humans and non-humans, but this boost of power was frightening. Frost, who wasn't called the hunter for nothing, saw the look of shock in the face of the tactician. The pendant, which he hid under his armor, wasn't something to take lightly. It was one of the 3 artifacts Phobos had given them to make this attack a sure success. It increased the strength, speed and stamina of the wearer in such a way that he was now 10 times stronger and faster than before. He ran through the guards, knocking them out one by one, since he was forced to stop when he saw his new opponent. It was the loud-mouthed, blonde guardian. Oh, how he would enjoy breaking her bones. He grinned cruelly and lifted his club in a threatening manner. Your end is near, guardian. He spat. Cornelia didn't respond but rather concentrated over the club. When Frost swung it, it slipped from his fingers, levitating harmless in the air. The Earth Guardian smirked and threw it far away. Let's see how good you are without a weapon, big boy, she taunted. Frost, momentarily stupor finished and the confident, cruel smile appeared once again. You should be careful with your wishes, Guardian. He leapt forward, missing her head only for a few centimeters and landing behind her. They might become true. While Cornelia was sometimes struggling to accept some facts of her life, there were times when she reacted incredibly fast, and this was one of them. She rose into the air and let vines after vines sprout from the ground, binding the meta-human. Frost managed to rip them with ease, but they continued to come in a never-ending manner. Cornelia let all her frustrations about her current situation flow into her plants, and as such they started to grow thorns. Frost screamed in agony when they thrilled into his skin and pierced his armor. With a giant burst of strength he freed himself and jumped as far as he could. He landed on his trusted Rhino Crimson, and from there he jumped again. This time it was too late for Cornelia to react and Frost's fist hit her right in the stomach. All air left her lungs and a not-known pain spread through her body. She had no air to scream in pain when she flew against the wall of the castle and dropped to the ground. Had she been in her normal form, she was sure of it, she would have died. Even as a guardian she couldn't muster the strength to stand up. The pain she felt was overwhelming, but even though they hurt, Cornelia realized now, they were nothing to the pain of her heart she had when she saw Caleb as hurt as he was. And if she was able to move and fight with that pain, she was able to fight with this one too. It was time to teach Frost, who came slowly towards her, cracking his knuckles, a lesson. Guardian style. While lying she pressed the palms of her hand to the ground. The earth beneath Frost crumbled and swallowed him, burying him so that only his head looked out. Cornelia smiled weakly. She knew this wouldn't be able to hold him forever, not with this freakish power boost he apparently gained. But it gave the blonde guardian enough time to recover a bit and to execute her new-formed plan. She only hoped it would be enough. She forced herself to stand up and noticed Eno running towards her. Her mood brightened instantly. Just when she wanted to call her friend, Eno was hit by some kind of web. Miranda, who had hid herself in the shadow of a wall, was shooting webs like a madman, trapping everybody she could hit. And this time it was Eno, who cursed her luck. It seemed that Cornelia had to manage the enemy by herself. She would be busy here. By activating the chakra scalpel she managed to cut the web and charged at the shapeshifter, avoiding all web shots skillfully. Right when she reached Miranda and attempted to strike her with a kunai, her arm was stopped by an invisible wall. It was rather painful, like hitting steel with bare hands. Apparently the Spider-Woman was protected by an invisible force field. If this was a natural ability or a technique, Eno didn't particularly care. She only hoped she would be able to penetrate it enough to attack her. After a few minutes trying, Eno was most impressed. As the blonde ninja could tell, that was some really impressive shield. Not only did it withstand all the attacks of her Mei Genjutsu, Taijutsu or Ninjutsu, but it let Miranda shoot web through it without slowing it down. Once the Eno Shikacho trio had encountered a similar opponent. He too possessed an ability which enabled him to have a force field protecting him, but he had to deactivate it every time he wanted to attack. This time she wasn't as lucky. So how could she beat an opponent who had an impregnable shield and used range attacks? Now that she thought about it, that sure resembled Gaara having an absolute defense and attack at the same time. No wonder he was one of the top shinobi. Unluckily he wasn't not here, neither could a teammate help, so she had to do it all by herself. She only hoped she could do it. Phobos was 60 meters away from the castle, standing in the middle of a huge circle with a radius of 10 meters. His eyes, mouth and hands were radiating in a strange purple color, and he was floating a few centimeters over the center. The Dark Prince was chanting ancient formula in a long-forgotten language, and with every word that left his lips, a new geometrical figure appeared inside the circle, until 5 minutes later, the whole circle was completely covered. Then his voice became louder. "Baker Oentos," he yelled. The whole ground began to glow, and a pitch-black golem of 10 meters height rose from the ground, slowly engulfing in purple flames. While Phobos smiled, the golem lifted to his full size and roared. It was a terrific roar, a roar which could be heard in nearly whole Meridian. It had a different meaning for everybody who was able to perceive it. For the Lurdans and Sound Ninjas it meant reinforcements, for Kabuto and Orochimaru it meant victory. For the citizens and guards it meant fear and despair, for the guardians and ninjas it meant defeat. But for Phobos it was the sweet sound of revenge. Hey guys, thank you for all the reviews. Anyways, let's just get started with the next chapter. Disclaimer. I do not own any original characters, techniques, places, names, objects of Naruto and WITCH, and I don't intend to make money with it, not that I could. Anyways. Julian reacted immediately after hearing the roar. He didn't know which abomination Phobos had called, but he was completely sure that it would cause havoc and destruction. More than they could handle at the moment. After looking at Shikamaru's face, he knew that the kid thought exactly the same thing. Julian was impressed by this kid. Until now he didn't know that a kid of that age could have a brilliant strategic mind like that. Of course he himself and Caleb were experienced strategists, but they had years of war on struggling on their shoulders. This kid was, after his own explanations, one of many soldiers of a giant military force. With the same experience, this kid would suppress him, but even now Julian could trust in his judgment completely. With Caleb out cold for some time, perhaps even forever, this boy was the best choice in leading the troops. "We have to retreat immediately," spoke Julian firmly, the grip on his sword becoming tighter. Shikamaru nodded. "Yes, I don't have the slightest idea what he summoned there, but it will surely finish us." The young Nara pulled out a scroll and opened it. Strange and foreign symbols covered the scroll, so that Julian could not read anything at all, but it was rather self-explaining in the next seconds. White smoke came out and revealed a little bomb, not bigger than an egg. "This," explained Shikamaru, "will detonate 20 seconds after merging a bit chakra in it. The explosion will be rather big, strong enough to blast a good part of this castle into pieces. Well, with all the magic here around and Phobos out there, it won't happen, but it will give us enough time to escape, even though I don't know where we could go. We already have an emergency plan for situations like this. We had an experience similar to this not a year ago. The Guardians will open a fold to Earth, and from there we will hide in the Infinite City." "The Infinite City?" asked Shikamaru. "Is this only a name or—" "No," interrupted Julian, looking worried at Drake and Aldarn, who were battling 3 Lurdans. "It is really an infinite city. Nobody knows who had built it, but in 1,000 years nobody could find an end. We suspect it spreads through the whole planet, but one thing is clear. Unless it is a great coincidence, they won't find us there." Shikamaru smiled weakly. "Well, it sounds like a plan." He pulled out a kunai with an attached explosive note and hurled it in the midst of a group of Lurdans sneaking up on Shino and Hinata. The small explosion was more than enough for those, and now both shinobi were warned and nodded thankfully at him. "Then let's begin. Please take care of Choji," said Shikamaru, and leapt forward and landed next to Ino, who was currently encountering Miranda. He formed the rat seal, and his signature jutsu, the shadow imitation technique, came into effect. His shadow grew longer until it reached Miranda. The shield, protecting her Vaughn attacks, didn't hold her shadow back, so Shikamaru's technique was able to affect her. "Wah! What did you do to my body?" the shapeshifter yelled. Shikamaru didn't answer but made the motion of, "Yeah, what exactly?" He didn't know what gave her this shield. So the only thing remaining was to break her neck. He turned to Ino. "Go and alarm the others." He spoke in Japanese. "We are retreating." She nodded and quickly made the signs of the body flicker technique, vanishing in a small white cloud. Shikamaru turned again towards Miranda and made the necessary signs for the shadow neckhold technique. 1. A small dark hand came out of the shadow on the ground and slowly crawled over Miranda's body until it reached her neck. Firmly gripping it, he slowly started to strangulate her, but then was hit by a green blur. Shikamaru flew hardly against a castle wall and could hardly muster the strength to stand up. The hit he just received felt like the strike of an enraged elephant, and he was almost sure that his left arm was broken. When he finally managed to glance at what just hit him, he saw Cedric, hissing dangerously at him. Apparently he wasn't pleased that he was nearly killing Miranda. Irma, who had been busy with Cedric, landed next to him. "Are you all right, buddy?" she asked, looking at him apologetically. "Peachy," muttered the lazy genius while looking at the new situation. Irma grinned and returned her concentration on the shapeshifters. Miranda had already recovered from the attack, and now both were ready to strike. 2 of the most powerful shapeshifters of Meridian, with the power of the magical artifacts, against one injured ninja and an inexperienced guardian. This was one of the moments Shikamaru wished himself being at home at watching clouds instead of risking his neck for unknown reasons and for strangers. "Well, this sure is troublesome." He turned to Irma, who had closed her eyes. "What are you doing?" he asked the young woman. She didn't reply, but the answer came in form of a huge wave of water, erupting from several barrels, the water increasing with every second. When it hit them, it was like a small river had appeared in the middle of the castle, washing nearly everything away. Unfortunately, it included some of their own soldiers and many injured ones, made Lurden, ninja or guards. Apparently Irma didn't realize this, and Shikamaru wasn't too keen to say this to her, so he didn't mention it. This was war after all. Sacrifices and losses were a cost to pay no matter what you did. Julian, who had barely managed to get Choji into safety, was nearly splashed away but managed to keep hold of a stair, not noticing a small blue pendant escaping his pocket. "Will," yelled Tyranny. landing next to Cornelia and occupying Frost for a few seconds. Bring us out of here. Hang on. I am not very good at this. She yelled back and grabbed the heart harder. With a flash of pink, the guardians, ninjas and guards vanished, only to reappear in the throne room. Will collapsed, totally exhausted, and was held by Matt, still in Shagan form. So, what now? He asked freely in the room, looking at the bruised and injured people. Your smelly little friend will open a fold to earth, replied Neji, tightening the bandage over his left arm. So take the queen and that Caleb guy and escape. Shino, the air guardian, and I will hold them off for a few minutes, so that you can escape safely. Kakashi nodded, cursing the fact that he could not help them. He had used the Sharingan in the last 2 days too often and was now having serious chakra troubles, or what would be more correct, the lack of it. Irma, who was pale and white in the face, seemed to have realized by now what her actions earlier had cost them. Of course, seeing the injured people all wet, obviously enduring a high amount of pain. Guilt was written all over her as she raised her hand. I want to stay too. She spoke firmly. It is my duty to make up my mistake. Not many of the people understood what she said, but Shikamaru only shook his head. You leave with us. In your current state of mind you will be only a nuisance. The others don't need someone with you tattooed right now. Irma didn't respond, but the few tears leaking from her eyes were speaking volumes. Cornelia went to her and put an arm around Irma, comforting her like a friend. Even though they argued regularly and had more than one disagreement, it could have not been any clearer that they were the best of friends. Irma looked seriously shocked, having an empathic look and red eyes while Cornelia patted her shoulder, calming her down. An uncomfortable silence came over the room when Kakashi finally spoke again. Well, let's leave. Moment, interrupted Terani. How are you guys supposed to leave? Shino knows a really useful jutsu which might come handy in here, replied Neji, nodding gratefully at Ino, who had just healed his injured arm. Blunk had opened a fold to the same cave they escaped last time, and the first ones started to walk through. The two shinobi and Heilin left the room hurriedly, just to stand in the passage which leads to the throne room. Only a few moments later the hordes of Phobos arrived, with Cedric standing in the front, this time in his human form. Do you three really think you can stop all of us? Cedric spat, eyeing them carefully. Neji stepped forward and took his normal gentle fist stance. You are facing the best the Hyuga has to offer. I wouldn't speak like that. Cedric held out his hand, signaling that he wanted to face this opponent alone. Well, let's see how you ninjas can hold yourself against a fighter of my caliber, smirked Cedric confidently. He stepped towards Neji and looked him right in the eyes, but then shuddered. The eyes of this man were far more than normal eyes. Cedric felt him stare through him, and the veins on his temples were a scarring sight. Even now I can see that I outclass you, spoke Neji ominously. Those eyes of mine see things you only can dream about. With a speed Neji didn't believe that a non-ninja could reach, Cedric stormed forward and hurled his fist at him. Neji avoided it, but to his shock the human fist transformed in the middle of the strike to a green claw and then back to a human hand. You know, if a shape-shifter is experienced enough he can manage partial transformations, and I am the most experienced shape-shifter you will ever meet. It was faith that you crossed my path, ninja, and your life shall end here. Neji observed through the wall that the last ones were ready to leave, but they still needed a bit more time. Faith is unknown to the likes of you. Only the ones with eyes like mine can see the future. I saw the future, he spoke firmly, and it does not include you. The last part angered Cedric and he charged again. With only his arms transformed he could reach a speed which rivaled Neji and were as much devastating. While the Hyuga's strikes injured the internal organs, he was more than sure that one hit of those claws would tear him apart. So, the one who managed to land the first hit was the winner. The prodigy of the Hyuga clan was nearly out of chakra, but he still decided to use the last part to create an opening. He let his guard drop on the left, a spot which was tempting for Cedric to strike. The Naga didn't think twice when he saw the opening and leased a strike. But his hand only hit a solid invisible energy wall. To his great surprise Neji started to spin around, emitting energy and creating an orb of chakra, blocking Cedric's attack and pushing him away. When the energy finally hit him, Cedric was hurled in the air. Neji stopped to spin around immediately and started his fatal attack. Just when he was about to land a palm strike of chakra, a kunai flew towards him and he had to block it. When he looked at the thrower, he was shocked to see Kabuto Yakushi, an opponent he probably couldn't beat when he was at 100%. Now when he was low on chakra and outnumbered, he knew he didn't stand a chance. "It's good to see you again, Neji-san," spoke Kabuto politely. "I see so rarely old friends from the Chunin exam back then. You can't count Sasuke-kun as he doesn't speak much." His smile grew when Neji didn't respond but slowly stepped back. "Oh, I remember you were one of the silent ones too. I believe your good friend Rock Lee was the talkative of your group." Slowly Kabuto started to walk towards the three, his glasses mirroring the light, so disabling them to see his eyes. "Well, we have so much to discuss, haven't we? I am sure you just carved to know what happened to Orochimaru-sama and Sasuke-kun during the last 2 years, and you can be sure that I have a great interest in your current abilities as well." His one hand pointed at Cedric, who was struggling to stand up again. His Naga form wouldn't have been bothered by the heavenly spin, but his human form was not nearly as tough. "To defeat a shape-shifter of that level so easily, you sure have improved. They called you the prodigy of Hyuga? Do they still? What happened to your lovely cousin Hinata-sama? I am sure I saw her during the fight." The young Jonin was starting to become angry. "Don't take Hinata-sama's name into your mouth." He spoke firmly, but Kabuto was pleased to detect the suppressed anger in it. "Did you know that I healed her back then?" Kabuto asked casually. Apparently Neji didn't know, and Shino looked surprised as well. Lin was more than confused but didn't dare to speak. "Oh, so you didn't know, but don't be mad, she didn't know either. You should be more thankful. I am sure she would have died without me, having so terrible internal bleedings. How did she get them again?" He was acting very well the part of someone who was furiously thinking about something, but not one of the three decoys believed that he didn't know. "Oh, it was you, now I remember. It is such a terrible act to attack your younger and much weaker cousin like that. I was told that several Jonin had to step in so that you couldn't kill her." Lin had heard enough. She didn't quite understand what they were talking about, but it was sure affecting both ninja in an unpleasant way. So it was her duty to finish it on the spot. Collecting a huge amount of mystical and natural energy in her hands, she released a powerful wind attack. It was strong enough to damage the corridor they were currently staying in, but that didn't matter to her right now. Shino started to make a few hand seals, and he saved Lin from an attack Kabuto's, who had managed to avoid being hit by the strong wind blast. Apparently, and luckily, he was the only one. "So you are the air guardian I have heard about. They say you are the weakest guardian in existence, and yet I have to disagree after seeing this attack." Lin was quite surprised to hear her enemy compliment her, so it was clearly shown in her face. "You don't hear that often, do you? Well, it is true. You are quite strong. Unfortunately, you are a serious nuisance right now, and even though I hate it, you really force me to do this. I have to cripple you." Seeing the shocked expression on her face, he laughed. "Don't worry, I will heal you after the fight. We wouldn't want you to die now, would we? But that way you would be out of my way." Kabuto continued talking and pulled out a funny-shaped kunai. "So, I will make this as painless as possible, and don't fear, it won't be permanent." He slashed out, but the attack was blocked by a dome of insects which just built around Lin. Shino appeared inside of it and grabbed Lin's hand. "Fast, we have to get out of here." "How?" asked Lin, looking at Neji, who, in a desperate attempt, had just started to attack Kabuto. The troops started to come back, so that didn't leave much time. They had to get away. Suddenly the whole room exploded. Well, it was what Shino had been thinking in the first moment, but after the smoke had cleared, the golem, a terrible sight to behold, had appeared in the hall. Shino had never seen something so impressive. The gigantic golem with his burning flames seemed like something from another world. Right now, for the first time, he felt how the bugs felt when they encountered an enemy who was much bigger than one himself. This thought reassured him, helping him to remain his calm attitude. His bugs were a good example and a solution to this problem. One bug may not have a chance against such an enemy, but once you have enough bugs who work together in a team, every opponent, no matter how big or strong they are, was bound to fall. Still, that meant he had to leave now, as they were not ready to face that abomination, yet gathering information and reinforcements was an important part of being a shinobi. Flight was no shame anymore. So he simply let a great swarm of insects fly towards the golem, hoping they would distract him long enough. He started to make the necessary hand signs and vanished together with Lin in a small cloud of leaves. Neji took the easy way out and jumped out of the window. knowing that only the ninja, in the worst case Kabuto, would be able to follow him. Landing hardly on the ground, he started to run towards the main gate with a speed a normal human could not hope to match. He was lucky not to have received any damage to his legs, or his escape would have ended just there. Right before he jumped over the wall to freedom, a blur appeared in front of him, and Kabuto, together with two sound ninja, appeared. That sure was a poor attempt to escape, won't you agree? Damn, muttered Neji, seeing his last hope of escape being destroyed. He hoped that Shino and Hei-Lin could escape, but every second Kabuto had to put up with him, he wouldn't have to track the other two. It was his duty as a shinobi of Konoha and a friend to stall as long as he could. Forcing the last bit of chakra into his eyes, he activated his Byakugan and started to analyze his current situation. Neither was he able to use his techniques nor his gentle fist style, having no chakra left, so he would have to stick to normal hand-to-hand combat, something he exceeded at. Still, it wouldn't be enough to beat two sound shinobi and Kabuto, but it sure would give the others the time they needed to escape. Bring it on, he demanded. Your fate will be settled here. Kabuto stared amused at him and shook his head. I'll deal with him, said the medical ninja and stepped forward, shrugging. You two make sure we won't be interrupted. If something happens, I'll be most unpleased. Without any further talking, Kabuto leapt into an attack, trying a kick right at Neji's head, only to hit the air. Neji had ducked under the kick and hurled his palm right at Kabuto's stomach. After years of training with Lee, even a non-chakra charged palm strike would hurt if it was executed with enough physical power. Unfortunately, Kabuto managed to block this strike with his right knee and started the counterattack immediately. Both of his hands blurred at Neji's head, and the young Hyuga had to jump a few meters back to avoid being hit. He regained his stance and looked Kabuto, who was smiling smugly. The silver-haired young man hurled a few shuriken at Neji, who avoided them effortlessly by stepping to the side. To his great regret, he had to deactivate his Byakugan to conserve the last bit of chakra he had and charged forward in hope to find an opening. Kabuto dodged the first strike by leaning to the left, stopped the second with his right arm, and managed to hit Neji with his left in the side. Pain, a terrible sting, similar to an injury from a Juken hit, spread from the place he had just been punched. He knew this kind of pain, having been hit enough from Hiyashi-sama in the training sessions. The style the medic nin was using resembled far too much the gentle fist. How do you know this style? Gritted Neji through his teeth, glaring at the smiling Kabuto, who only rolled his eyes. Come on, Hyuga-style taijutsu isn't that special. For a shinobi who is specialized in medical jutsu and is used to control his chakra perfectly, it is an easy feat to learn. We will see how much you really learned. Quite sure of yourself you are, said Kabuto. But I have to admit that my vaguely learned style may be inferior to yours. He shrugged helplessly. Well, that's not that bad, but let us continue. I am most sure you have stalled enough time for your friends to escape. Suddenly he appeared behind Neji, who hadn't caught his fast movements. You can die without regret. Kabuto's blue gleaming hand shot to Neji's neck in an attempt to cut it with his chakra scalpel, but the blow was intercepted by an invisible wall of wind. Around Neji a small tornado started to form, and it whirled so fast that Kabuto was disabled to see through it. The force of the tornado pushed Kabuto back, and before he could react it lifted from the ground, disappearing in the sky, alongside with Neji. That girl had more guts than I thought, muttered Kabuto, looking after the tornado in the horizon. Suddenly a smile formed on his lips. I bet he is going to throw up after this. Well, serves him right. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Hei-Lin steered the small tornado with great concentration to the same spot where she left Shino. She sure was lucky that her plan went that well. It had been a bit unfortunate that she hadn't caught Neji right in the middle but instead in the whirl, but she still managed to rescue him. To her defense, you can say that she had to aim from a very far distance. Even though she could turn invisible, she had learned fast that invisibility didn't work that well on ninjas, as they seemed to possess a sixth sense for intruders. So, after a few seconds of carefree flight, she had spotted Shino and finally released Neji from the winds, hoping he was all right. Seeing that Neji's face had a greenish color, it showed clearly that this wasn't the case, and before either of them could say anything, Neji's stomach revolted. After vomiting in the nearest bush, he turned to Ha-Lin and nodded. Thank you for the rescue, Guardian-sama, he said with a shaking voice. No problem, sorry about the whole, puking incident, apologized the Air Guardian. If 1010, Lee, Guy's sensei, or in the worst case Naruto or Ino would get hold of this, that he, Hyuga Neji, had vomited right after being rescued by a girl he knew he would never hear the end of it. He used the heavenly spin on a nearly regular basis, but his early attempts to learn that technique had turned out with similar results. But due to the fact that the heavenly spin only took a few seconds, he had to whirl for a few minutes now, and it was naturally for his body to react in that way. Still, it made him feel uncomfortable to show such a weakness. It was the only way, assured Neji her, but his face became harder. But if any of you two tell anyone about this, there will be hell to pay. Hei Lin grinned, and she could have sworn that this Shino guy had smiled too. Kakashi was inspecting the place they had chosen as their new hideout with great interest. The Infinite City they called it, and was one of the most impressive places he had witnessed in his life as a shinobi. The greenish color of the pillars and walls gave the place an ominous aura, a presence you could almost feel. At the same time, it was disturbing. No matter how hard he checked, even with his Sharingan, everything looked the same way. He had wandered for 10 minutes now, and the only thing changing was the fact that the voices of the others became quieter and quieter, with each step he made away from them. Still, there had to be a pattern, given the fact that some of rebels could orientate inside this place. Kakashi sighed and started to walk back, gazing at the walls and floors, trying to figure out the secret of the Infinite City. When he arrived at their spot, he saw countless people hurrying from one place to another, carrying medical supplies or other items around, trying to help their comrades. His eyes spotted his fellow ninjas easily, and with a puff of smoke he appeared next to them. "Report, Shikamaru," he demanded, coming straight to the point. He knew none of them wanted to waste time, so he skipped the formal part. "Well, we lost several guards, but other than that we are quite okay. No major injuries among us. Choji is out for a few hours due to a great chakra loss, but he will recover quickly. I have a broken arm, but this will heal with the help of Ino and Hinata, and the rest is quite well. Only a few little scratches or minor injuries." Kakashi nodded, looking again at his subordinates. "What about the Queen and the Guardians?" Shikamaru looked concerned for a moment, but answered with his usual, bored tone. "The Guardians are unharmed, safe the Air Guardian, as we don't know her current state, but seeing as she is with Neji and Shino, she is most likely okay. The Queen, on the other hand, is still unconscious and will most likely remain so for a few days, just like this Caleb guy." "What is your plan, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Ino, trying to fondly parts of Miranda's web out of her hair. "Do we call for reinforcements?" The silver-haired Jonin cited. "Well, we have to. This mission has become far more difficult with the fall of the palace and the main force of the royal army. Seeing that the enemy has outnumbered and outclassed us, we would have no chance." Hinata looked worried. But we haven't received a great loss, only the palace as a building." "Well, you are right with that," agreed Kakashi. "But we are in no good position either. 2 of 3 symbols of hope for the Meridians have been taken out, and with them and the morale of the troops gone, we will have a hard time to manage, no matter how good our plans are." "So we will simply wait for reinforcements?" asked Ino incredulously, being a bit disappointed by the great copy ninja Hitaki Kakashi. "Not quite," answered Shikamaru in Kakashi's place. "Naturally, we have to form information-gathering squads." Matt stepped to them, hands in his pockets, looking quite unhappy. "What's the plan?" he asked, looking at Kakashi. "We will form a small group with the task of getting information and send it to the castle. This group will depart tomorrow in the early hours." "Well, count me in." Kakashi shook his head. "Sorry boy, but you are way too inexperienced with this. Your powers are also not really suited for this kind of mission." "What do you mean? I can fly and I can camouflage myself. What else do you need?" protested Matt, being offended to be treated like a child. Kakashi paused for a minute. "The group will subsist of Ino, Hinata, and this speaking cat over there." "You are sending the cat but not me?" asked Matt, shocked by Kakashi's choice. Napoleon, who had heard the whole conversation, jumped on Ino's shoulder and grinned at Matt. "Save your breath, boy, you will need it later." Matt sighed and dropped to the ground, and the others were snickering at his misfortune. "I so hate my life." "I know what you mean, it's such a drag," agreed Shikamaru. "At least I am not a part in this reconnaissance mission." Will and the other 3 girls joined them, sitting down and looking into the crowd. "So, What do we do about Hei Lin and the other two? Asked Tyranny. Well, we wait for them to show up. Hei Lin will lead them to this place, answered Ino confidently. She didn't miss the girls exchanging worried glances. What? Ahem. You guys do know that Hei Lin has no idea how to get here, do you? I mean, how should she know? Even we didn't know where we would be going, said Will uneasily. Kakashi looked like Will had just declared her undying love to Pakun, his faithful and loud-mouthed dog. But she was a part of the rebellion. Sure, the Guardians as leaders would know about the whereabouts of your hiding places. Well, we really weren't part of the rebellion, we were more like their reinforcements. We had to go back to Earth and couldn't get to know all hideouts. So you are saying we have a tired and injured three-man cell out there in the unknown territory of the enemy? Well, it's not that bad. Hei Lin knows a lot about Meridian and they sure can find a way in the Infinite City. They only don't know our exact location, assured Cornelia them. She's right, agreed Shikamaru. With Neji's Byakugan and Shino's bugs they will find us fast. Don't forget Hei Lin's extreme sense of hearing, added Will confidently. Still, I won't take any chances, said Kakashi and bit his thumb. The girls and Matt watched him curiously, doing some hand seals and then pressing his palms to the ground. Summoning technique. 2. Yelled Kakashi, and around his palms black letters and symbols appeared only to vanish in a puff of smoke. In the same place where the letters and the circle were, now it was filled with 8 dogs, in all sizes and types. All of them were wearing forehead protectors and blue clothing. Some of them had even sunglasses, and the giant bulldog was wearing a spiked collar. Hey Kakashi, greeted the smallest dog, who was a pug and was sitting on the head of the bulldog. What's the matter? Pakun, you and the others leave immediately to track down Hyuga Neji, Aburame Shin and their companion and lead them to this position. So basically search for the chatty chums and drag them back here, Roger. He looked down to the other dogs. Well, let's go. To the great surprise of the others, the dogs disappeared so fast, their eyes couldn't follow them. So they will find them. In the meanwhile, I am going to sleep a bit. I need to recover chakra. Wake me when something is up. So everybody sat down in silence. No words were spoken and no words were needed. Every single one of them was in her own thoughts of the new situation they found themselves in. One cage Kyubi Shibaru no Jutsu shadow neck hold technique. A shadow hand comes out and breaks the neck of the victim. The closer the user is to his opponent, the more effective the technique is. 2 Kuichiyose no Jutsu, summoning technique. User needs to use his blood as a medium to call an animal you have a contact with. A.N.